explaining my reasoning behind this is actually quite simple, as although Suzuki may not be the biggest Japanese car brand out there, they certainly know how to pack a lot of power into small packages. Just like your mother. They've got a wide range of popular and arguably iconic a lot of power into small packages. Just like your mother. They've got a wide range of popular and arguably iconic compact cars like the Jimny, the Swift, and of course the Gigachino. And when they aren't bound by any government mandated size limits, they come up with stuff like this. Now, considering what I've just said, I wanted to see if I could actually complete a Gran Turismo game with said car brand, and once I was finally able to play Gran Turismo 5 again, it didn't take long for me to connect the dots and prove to you all why this, out of all the big Japanese car brands, is my most beloved one. This is the story of how I tried to beat Gran Turismo 5 using only Suzukis. Before we start racing, let's set the stage first, as Gran Turismo 5 is a little bit different in terms of progression and events compared to the previous installments. I'll talk about most of these once they become relevant, but one of the advantages I have right away is that Suzuki has quite a variety of used and new cars to buy as a starter car. This ranges from the ability to go straight to the worst looking car of the entire game, all the way up to a few premium cars of which the models still hold up really well, even today. But if you know me or this channel well enough, you already know what I'm going to start out with. The myth, the legend, the one and only Gigachino. For those of you out of the loop, the Suzuki Cappuccino has been the halo car in 2 of my previous challenge runs, where it punched far above its weight, in the most literal sense, thanks to its great weight balance and nimbleness, so starting out in one of these in a Suzuki only run is essentially a no-brainer move. Since this was my first time playing Gran Turismo 5 in over a decade, however, I first wanted to test myself at the good old license center, where I tried to obtain all gold trophies in the National B license. Although these licenses are completely optional in GT5, it was a good way to get myself accustomed to a new physics model. The tests here are on about the same level as Gran Turismo 4 in terms of difficulty, except for B5 and B6 because they're in French cars of course. So I got through the 10 tests in about 30 minutes, which not only gave me a few valuable player levels, which I'll talk about in a second, but also a jump scare for some reason. I love how the GT guy is just roaring like that. Anyway, those player levels allow me to join virtually any beginner league event, and this tiny powerhouse I bought is a perfect fit for the K-Car Cup.
So, would you look at that? I have 10 limited time pulls. So let's do this. And let's hope we'll get Leviathan in the first temple. Or either Delia, or Pogranichnik, or Gilberto. Actually, any of them will be quite good. Nope. Four days left. Interesting.
Where I performed exactly as you would expect. In fact, it only took me about 1.5 laps to start pulling stuff like this. Oh, come on, come on! Oh, the downshift oversteer on the slide, 64 horsepower diff. With that first win in the bag, I was ready to give my Cappuccino some upgrades. Since I also did a few special events like the Top Gear Challenge and the Geoff Jordan NASCAR Driving School.
Hi, I'm Jeff Gordon, professional NASCAR driver.
I had over 65 grand to spend, and spending I did. From completely overhauling the drivetrain to making it even lighter than it already is, I had given it nearly double its horsepower figure while also reducing the weight by about 50 kilos, which got me confident enough to try my hand at the Rearwheel Drive Cup, a competition made up of full-size rear-wheel drive sports and luxury cars. Obviously, I expected my chances here to be pretty slim, but if the past has taught us anything, it is that no sports car is safe from the might of the Gigachino. Oh, the sound! The sound! The sound! It's so much slower than the rest, but I don't care. Oh, they're so slow for the corners, actually. Look at this. Yes. Yes. I'm getting swarmed. I'm getting absolutely swarmed right now. Oh, the braking. Keep it going! Eee! Ow. I think I can win this. I think I have a shot at this. I think. Unless. Come on. Fair overtake. Fair overtake, come on. No way. No way I can win. No way. There's no way I can win this race. Oh god, they're coming in. They're coming. They're swarming me. No way. There's no way I got P2 at least. There's no way. They literally started swarming me. Let's give this car grip TN. Oh, the braking power on this car. No chance for that S2000. Oh, the easy pass on the inside. Oh, the difference. The difference. Holy shit, dude. The difference is unmeasurable. Absolutely ridiculous. To summarize this hour of racing, I had the absolute time of my life wrangling the Suzuki Cappuccino around some of Gran Turismo's older and newer tracks. Oh, wait. Whee! There you go. I also got my first taste of Capering a couple of times, which is one of my personal favorite racetracks from the PS3 era of Gran Turismo games. This relatively successful run gave me another bunch of cash and XP, and together with some more special events like the Mercedes Academy, I was already building up a very healthy purse. I also obtained the next 2 licenses and completed the Clubman Cup, where the car is now completely embarrassing cars with more than double the power. All of this domination by the fully upgraded Gigachino was pretty fun and all, but I wasn't done with this car yet. There was actually one more modification I could apply, and if you're a bit familiar with this game, you know that the last remaining upgrade is a racing modification. Just like the first 2 GT games, GT5 allows you to give certain premium cars a full-on race car makeover, which gives it more power, less weight, an updated interior, and a full aero kit with adjustable downforce. Unsurprisingly, doing this is pretty expensive. In fact, it's nearly 8 times the cost of a stock Cappuccino. But now that I had earned over 3 times that amount, I was ready to create one of the coolest looking and fastest Cappuccinos the world has ever seen. So without further ado, let me introduce you to the Omegachino. Sporting a racing livery where it draws its name from, together with a very snazzy looking orange, which is both a nod to my channel logo and my nationality, this thing was ready to my channel logo and my nationality. This thing was ready to dominate. Oh, and it somehow still counted as a K-car, so hold on. With those 2 cakewalk victories out of the way, you would likely expect me to take on a few more events against sports cars. But strangely, Gran Turismo 5 has a lot less of these races than you might expect, and those that do exist are sometimes locked behind higher levels. However, one event that was available turned out to be the Tuning Car Grand Prix, the exact event that immortalized the Gigachino in Gran Turismo 4. This time, however, I had to contend with double the grid size and races that are more than twice as long. Will the Omegachino be able to claim another victory? There's only one way to find out. Let's see if we can catch him in the SS here. 5 laps on Suzuka should be good enough. Yeah, okay, I'm easily keeping up in the corner. Look at this. Oh, look at the grip difference with us racing soft. Yeah, the grip difference is definitely there. They're on the outside, no problem. Light work. Yeah, they're so much faster in the straights. This could be tough. It depends on what races we're gonna get in this championship. They're all trying to pass me. And then our one career comes up and I can just catch right back up to the guy in front of me. Very close. Between 19 thousandths of a second to not lose P3. This race made a bunch of things very clear. First of all, I wasn't fully dialed in with the car yet, as I made a few costly mistakes that made me lose out on a potential second place finish. Secondly, the lack of nitrous in this game made me a sitting duck on the straights, as exceeding 200 km per hour was a genuine challenge in this thing. Besides those two problems though, everything else seemed to be completely fine. The car had a ridiculous amount of cornering grip, which turned the first sector of Suzuka into a personal stomping ground, where I could reclaim all the time lost on the straights. That was until I saw where the second race was at. What's next race? Oh my god, it's Daytona, man. Oh, this is lethal. Yep, the second race in this event was at the Daytona Road Course. Exactly the kind of track I don't want to see when driving the Gigachino. So instead of my current objective being to win, or at least to get a good position, it now came down to a single word. Survive. Oh god, this old version of the chicane is something I'm not used to. Okay, I'm not used to the old version of the chicane, I'm much more used to the new version with the much smaller curves. But then once the straight comes up, look at this, I'm just getting swarmed. The lads are coming.
I could have a share night. How do I make it? I mean, to make it I need to go to the other map, that's for sure. Also, I'm pretty sure that I need to get more purification units, and those things need to feed here and be the main source of this thing. But otherwise this thing, a contraption like this is also going to be pretty useful. Okay. Let's get there.
Lol. I just hear him break. Oh, okay. Hello, Skylines.
Actually, you know, let's have a different video in the background.
Поведение или жизнь по правилам. По каким правилам? Кто их придумал? Что за бред такой?
И, как правило, этой мантрой про международное право как раз пользуются лицемеры вроде европейцев.
Мы должны объяснить. Игры кончились. Плевать на международные правила, международный порядок.
Есть только одни правила, которые нужно соблюдать. Это международное публичное право.
Международное право мертво. Его институты не работают. Эта очевидная мысль звучит отовсюду очень давно. Но после второго пришествия Дональда Трампа в Белый дом об этом заговорили куда громче. И в том числе на Западе. Потому что сам Запад давно не был расколот так сильно, как сейчас. И также давно там не говорили об этом с такой откровенностью. Даже слоган Мюнхенской конференции по безопасности в этом году звучал как «Under Destruction» в процессе разрушения. Еще бы. За один год мы увидели бомбардировки Ирана, арест Николаса Мадуро, попытки США заполучить Гренландию и уговорить Украину добровольно отступить со своих суверенных территорий. А потом снова бомбардировки бомбардировки Ирана, но уже с планомерным уничтожением одного высокопоставленного чиновника за другим, начиная с верховного лидера Хаминеи. Как уже заявили власти Ирана, международное право – главная жертва этого конфликта. И в этом вопросе мало кто будет с ними спорить. Да, атака на Иран – нарушение международного права. Так считают даже европейцы, союзники американцев. Все это Трамп называет «мир через силу». С таким лозунгом он вернулся в президентское кресло. Но дело, конечно, не только в Трампе. Датой смерти международного права называли и бомбардировки Югославии, и признание независимости Косово, и аннексию Крыма. И, конечно, более свежие события в Украине и секторе Газа. С этой развилки есть два пути. Либо признать, что мир — это территория беззакония и готовиться к неизбежной войне, либо хотя бы порассуждать о том, как починить неработающие механизмы. Насколько серьезно политики разных стран говорят о реформе международного права. Верит ли кто-то, что с помощью него можно предотвращать войны и бороться с диктатурами? Как быть, если нормы международного права прямо противоречат принципу суверенитета? Короче, давайте разбираться. Наверняка в учебниках истории будущего напишут, что в первой четверти 21 века произошел надлом системы международного права, или даже системы глобального порядка, или миропорядка, как любят говорить в России. Может, помните, был такой документальный фильм, который Владимир Соловьев снял про Путина? На самом деле даже два фильма. «Миропорядок» 2015 года и «Миропорядок» 2018. Чтобы второй не путали с первым, в этом случае год прямо включили в название.
Ни с кем не нужно считаться, что старый миропорядок, созданный после Второй мировой войны и на основе того расклада сил, фактически почил у Мози и все. И теперь все должно быть переписано с чистого листа.
Понятно, зачем это было снято? Чтобы показать лицемерие Запада, который и ломает миропорядок. Кто говорит о соблюдении каких-то правил, просто наивный. На самом деле на Россию будут давить всегда и по любому поводу. И 2014 год с Крымом и Донбассом тут ни при чем.
Что за всем этим стоит?
Это же очень старый, если не сказать древний инструмент, который применяется многими, к сожалению, в том числе американскими нашими партнерами, еще с 20-х годов. С 20-х годов же это применялось. А пресловутая поправка Джексона Вейника, она в 1974 году была принята и действовала, по-моему, 3-4 года. Но что любопытно, в день отмены поправки Джексона Вейника, в этот же день, по-моему, если мне память не изменяет, был принят закон Магнитского, так называемый. Просто по абсолютно надуманным причинам.
Но не поправка Джексона Вейника, которую ввели, если что, в 1974 году, за то, что еще Советский Союз затруднял выезд из своей страны евреев на фоне их репатриации в Израиль. Ни тем более список Магнитского не били по простым гражданам России. На экономических возможностях России эти меры тоже сказывались очень слабо. Товарооборот России и США никогда не был большим, просто потому что это неудобно. Почти все, что страны могли бы купить друг у друга, можно купить намного ближе. Плюс серьезные проблемы с логистикой. Чисто формально страны соседи, но на деле Аляска и Чукотка — это малонаселенные территории. А доставить что-то с восточного побережья, где Нью-Йорк и Вашингтон, в европейскую часть России, уже сильно сложнее. Исторический рекорд товарооборота был достигнут в 2011-м. Это до отмены поправки Джексона Вейника. Получается, что после нее отношения именно в торговом смысле между США и Россией даже ухудшились. На самом деле секрет в том, что поправка Джексона Вейника фактически не действовала уже и в 2011 и сильно раньше. С 1989 года на нее ежегодно накладывали мораторий. Единственное, чему она препятствовала, это введению режима максимального благоприятствования. Но эффективно торговать получалось и без этого. А сейчас прервемся на небольшую рекламную интеграцию. Посмотрите ее, пожалуйста. Реклама позволяет делать мне больше хороших видеороликов. Когда-то VPN расшифровывалась как всероссийская перепись населения. А сейчас это даже не расшифровывают, просто говорят VPN, и все. Главное, что этот VPN вам нужен. Ведь без него вы уже не только нормальное видео на YouTube или в Инстаграме не посмотрите, вы даже в Телеграме со своими родителями не созвонитесь. VPN нужен нам всем. Бесплатный VPN лучше, чем отсутствие VPN, но для постоянного и комфортного пользования лучше обзавестись платным решением. Такое решение предоставляет SOTA VPN. Кстати, если вам вдруг интересно, название никак не связано с одноименным медиа. SOTA VPN искренне вдохновились продуктом пчеловодства, а не телеграм-каналом. У SOTA VPN минимальная потеря скорости соединения, так что вы без проблем сможете смотреть YouTube, Instagram и чего они там еще заблокируют. Если у вас проблемы с Телеграмом, но нужно подключить VPN, у SOTA есть сайт, где это можно сделать. SOTA доступна на всех основных платформах: Windows, macOS, Linux, Android и iOS. VPN можно будет установить даже на роутер. Подключить по одной подписке получится до 10 устройств. Сможете помочь с доступом в свободный интернет всей своей семье. Ну а попробовать SOTA VPN можно всего за 49 рублей за первую неделю. Вполне доступная цена для пробного периода. Переходите по ссылке в описании и пробуйте. Спасибо, что досмотрели интеграцию до конца и не перематывали. Я уверен, никто из вас не перемотал. Ну а теперь продолжаем. Поэтому заявлять, что санкции были и до Крыма, и вообще Крым тут ни при чем, это просто некоторая манипуляция. Санкции были, но персональные. Конкретным людям нельзя ездить в США или Европу, а продавать российский газ на миллиарды долларов можно. Даже аналог закона Магнитского в Евросоюзе до Крыма так и не приняли. Идею просто поддержал Европарламент, но этого мало. поэтому общеевропейских санкций даже против конкретных людей не было. Зато был случай вроде вот этого вот. Василию Якименко из движения «Наши» запрещают въезд в Эстонию. После этого запрет распространяется на все страны шенгенской зоны. Юридически это не санкции, хотя фактически, да, ехать нельзя. Еще были американские санкции против оборонки за то, что конкретный завод продал оружие Ираку, Ирану или Сирии. Обычно санкции такие были временными, на год или на 2. При этом даже в 2013 году Россия и НАТО проводили совместные учения. Путин же преподносил все так, что еще до Крыма на Россию серьезно экономически давили.
Журналистский Первый канал. Владимир Владимирович, происходящее сейчас с нашей экономикой, это расплата за Крым, может, пора об этом честно сказать?
Нет. Это не расплата за Крым, это расплата за, это плата, вернее, за наше естественное желание самосохраниться как нация, как цивилизация, как государство. И вот почему. Я уже отвечая на вопрос вашего коллеги из НТВ сказал, что мы после крушения Берлинской стены, после развала Советского Союза, абсолютно, посланник тоже об этом говорил, абсолютно раскрылись перед нашими партнерами. Что мы увидели? Прямую, полную поддержку терроризма на Северном Кавказе. Ну, прямую, понимаете? И это что, партнеры так разве поступают?
Можно пойти дальше и вспомнить, как же выглядели санкции за Крым. Американская пресса над ними откровенно смеялась. В них, да, уже были компании, а не только физлица. Например, Банк Россия Юрия Ковальчука и структуры Тимченко и Ротенбергов. Все это ближайшие друзья Путина. Системным ударом по российской экономике это точно не было. А вот санкции, введенные после начала войны в Донбассе, уже посерьезнее. Но и они дополнялись очень медленно. Доходило до смешного. Список уже в 2018 году включали конкретные крымские санатории и Министерство государственной безопасности ЛНР. 2022 год показал несерьезность предыдущих санкций еще лучше. Теперь еще и поправку Джексона Венника хотят вернуть. Такую идею внес конгрессмен-республиканец Джо Уилсон. И это вполне возможно, если Трампу совсем надоест миротворчество, но вряд ли всерьез повлияет на Россию и российскую экономику. На последней Мюнхенской конференции по безопасности канцлер Фридрих Мерц провозгласил смерть порядка, основанного на правилах, и ожидаемо обвинил в этом Москву, и не так ожидаемо Вашингтон.
Этот порядок, каким бы несовершенным он ни был, даже в свои лучшие времена, в таком виде больше не существует.
Еще в речи Мерца были слова о том, что Европа последние десятилетия была в отпуске от мировой истории, и теперь этот отпуск закончился. Видимо, поэтому немцам до 45 лет теперь нужно получать разрешение от Бундесвера, чтобы уехать за границу больше, чем на 3 месяца. У российской пропаганды эта новость, конечно, вызвала восторг. Германия превращается в большую Украину. А ведь когда порядок, основанный на правилах, действовал, пусть и несовершенно, как признавал Мерц, в Мюнхене мог выступать сам Путин со своей знаменитой мюнхенской речью 2007 года. Она длилась 30 минут и на самом деле очень важна. Выбрать оттуда какой-то короткий отрывок непросто, но давайте попробуем вот этот.
Но в то же время возникает вопрос, разве мы должны безучастно и безвольно взирать на различные внутренние конфликты в отдельных странах, на действия авторитарных режимов, тиранов, на распространение оружия массового уничтожения? Конечно, мы не должны смотреть безучастно, конечно, нет. Но есть ли у нас средства, чтобы противостоять этим угрозам? Конечно, есть. Достаточно вспомнить недавнюю историю. Ведь произошел же мирный переход к демократии в нашей стране. Ведь состоялась же мирная трансформация советского режима. Мирная трансформация. И какого режима? С каким количеством оружия, в том числе ядерного оружия? Почему же сейчас при каждом удобном случае нужно бомбить и стрелять?
Эти слова отлично ложатся на нашу сегодняшнюю реальность. Действительно, зачем прямо сейчас, в 2026 году, США стреляют по Ирану, уничтожают его ядерную инфраструктуру, убивают чиновников и военных? Неужели нет другого, гуманного механизма? Там же Путин говорил, что законы США перешагнули свои национальные границы, и выступал за то, чтобы устав ООН был единственным механизмом принятия решения о применении силы. Разумеется, подобное решение может быть только последним доводом. Примерно с тех же времен Россия выступает за реформу ООН. Штампы про многополярный мир и глобальный юг, которые постоянно транслируют в Кремле, исходят именно из мысли, что мировой порядок, основанный на правилах, должен быть перестроен. И голоса стран Азии, Африки, Латинской Америки, которые когда-то были колониями, должны зазвучать громче. Ведь они новые лидеры и по населению, и по экономике. Это Путин тоже отмечал еще в 2007 году, хотя термин «глобальный юг» тогда применялся редко.
И здесь надо отталкиваться от поиска разумного баланса между интересами всех субъектов международного общения. Тем более сейчас, когда международный ландшафт столь ощутимо и столь быстро меняется. Меняется за счет динамичного развития целого ряда государств и регионов. Госпожа федеральный канцлер упомянул уже об этом. Так, суммарный ВВП Индии и Китая по паритетной покупательной способности уже больше, чем у Соединенных Штатов Америки.
Достаточно молодой организацией тогда была и ШОС – Китай, Россия и страны Центральной Азии. И с 2005 года в ее документах постоянно встречается мысль, что с глобальным порядком, а именно структурой ООН и особенно Совбезом, надо что-то делать. Почти без изменений эта мысль дошла до наших дней.
Реформа ООН – это непростая задача, но 80-я годовщина образования ООН на нынешнем этапе дает возможность еще раз попытаться запустить дискуссию на эту тему.
И вроде бы работа в этом направлении уже ведется. Совсем недавно, 26 января, в Москву приезжали сокоординаторы межправительственных переговоров по реформе Совета Безопасности ООН. Они встречались с Лавровым, который заявил: Россия за выверенные преобразования Совбеза. Они должны способствовать повышению авторитета и эффективности этого органа и демократичности за счет расширения представленности государств глобального Юга и Востока. Президент Бразилии Лула де Сильва поддерживает эти идеи. Он даже статью в «Коммерсант» недавно написал. Там он утверждает: настало время решительных шагов. Вернуть реформированной ООН способность к действиям и положить конец ее роли стороннего наблюдателя событий, затрагивающих всех нас. Там же автор ругает механизм санкций, ведь они приводят к страданиям и даже смертям ни в чем не повинных людей. Да и сам генсек ООН Антонио Гутерриш объявил, что одним из приоритетов в 2026 году станет работа над реформой Совбеза. Но есть нюанс. Рабочая группа, которая должна сделать Совбез более справедливым, была создана не в 2007, не в 2005, а аж в 1993 году. С тех пор пишутся доклады, проходят встречи, а реальных изменений нет. Почему политики вообще говорят о расширении Совбеза ООН? Китай и Россия там уже есть. Предположим, будет Бразилия, Индия и какая-нибудь мусульманская страна. Например, Саудовская Аравия или Индонезия, как лидер исламского мира по населению. Можно ли после этого ожидать, что войны в Украине и Палестине станет легче завершить? Или что Трампа как-нибудь получится уговорить не бомбить Иран, а Иран отказаться от цели уничтожить Израиль? Очень вряд ли. Это комплексные процессы, на которые влияют десятки факторов. Но если у каждого из постоянных членов, но уже не 5, а 7 или 10, будет сохраняться право вето, вероятность будет еще меньше. Сейчас одна из главных проблем ООН именно в праве вето. И это признавали уже в 90-е годы, когда создавали рабочую группу. Хотя на самом деле еще раньше, об этом скажем чуть позже. В документе, который вынес на обсуждение ее председатель, прямо говорится: применение вето нельзя поощрять, а у новых постоянных членов, которых, может быть, примут, его не должно быть вовсе. Потому что это устаревшая практика. И так считает подавляющее большинство стран. Но тут, конечно, есть нюанс. Так считают страны, у которых нет права вето. А вот, например, Россия всегда выступает за сохранение права вето после расширения Совбеза. А еще Россия и, конечно, Советский Союз — абсолютный чемпион по использованию вето за 80 лет существования ООН. На долю Москвы приходится половина от всех вето — 49%. На долю США, для сравнения, 29%.
Наша логика в том, чтобы Совбез вполне учитывал интересы всех стран. Все многообразие их позиций опирался на принцип самого широкого согласия государств. Но при этом, как и прежде, служил ключевым звеном системы глобального управления, чего нельзя обеспечить без сохранения права вето постоянных членов Совбеза. Такое право 5 ядерных держав-победительниц во Второй мировой войне и сегодня отражает реальный военно-политический баланс.
Это выступление 2020 года. А теперь, когда ООН отмечает 80-летний юбилей, представитель России Василий Небензя отсылает к отцам-основателям ООН. Они придумали право вето. Значит, нельзя нам его отменять.
Господин председатель, Россия не поддерживает инициативы, ведущие к ущемлению прерогатив нынешних постоянных членов СБ, включая институт вето. Нельзя забывать, что данный механизм был заложен отцами-основателями ООН для обеспечения принятия Советом сбалансированных решений. Без этого механизма Всемирная организация повторила бы незавидную судьбу Лиги наций.
Тут уместно задать вопрос: какие проблемы смогли решить отцы-основатели с помощью Совбеза ООН? Была, например, такая Корейская война. Ее большую часть времени вели те самые отцы-основатели, Сталин и Гарри Труман, которые еще недавно фотографировались на Потсдамской конференции. Труман был президентом до января 1953 года, Сталин умер в марте 1953. Война шла до июля. Тогда подписали перемирие по 38-й параллели. Где же был Совет Безопасности? Там на самом деле удивительная история, потому что американские войска, которые помогали Южной Корее, вообще-то юридически были силами ООН. Их направил Совет Безопасности согласно 84-й резолюции, чтобы отразить вторжение коммунистов на Кубу. В предыдущих резолюциях говорилось, что Северная Корея должна незамедлительно отвести свои вооруженные силы на 38-ю параллель. Но этого не произошло, и стали необходимы меры военного характера. Надо оговориться, что кроме американцев там были британцы, турки, филиппинцы, греки, бельгийцы и другие. Но решающая роль, конечно, была у США. И это прямо проговаривалось в резолюции. Казалось бы, Советский Союз должен был наложить вето на такую резолюцию, ведь американские войска, вернее силы ООН, будут воевать именно с советской армией. Но нет, Советский Союз бойкотировал заседание из-за того, что место Китая там занимал представитель Гоминдана, то есть Тайваня. А надо, чтобы коммунисты, наши китайские товарищи. Но им место в Совбезе передали только в 1971 году решением Генассамблеи. А Северная и Южная Корея стали членами ООН, то есть полноценными странами, еще позже, в 1991 году. До этого они были лишь наблюдателями. Любители альтернативной истории до сих пор иногда спорят, что бы все-таки случилось, если бы Советский Союз наложил свое вето. Но интересы Москвы и Вашингтона от этого бы никуда не делись. Позволить Корейскому полуострову стать целиком красным американцы не могли. Ну а Китай и Советский Союз не могли смириться с тем, что Корея станет полностью проамериканским режимом. Итак, под боком Япония и Тайвань. К августу 1950 года Советский Союз передумывал бойкотировать заседания Совбеза и стал активно использовать право вето, в том числе по поводу все той же Кореи. Представитель Советского Союза Яков Малик накладывал вето на жалобу по поводу того, что война на полуострове продолжается, а на заседании он прямо обесценивает решение Совбеза. Во-первых, в Корее ведут войну против корейского народа не вооруженные силы Объединенных Наций, а вооруженные силы Соединенных Штатов, пытающиеся прикрывать свою агрессию и варварские злодеяния против корейского народа вывеской и флагом Объединенных Наций. Во-вторых, эти американские вооруженные силы выполняют там не функции мира, а функции агрессии. В 1951 году появится карикатура, ярко демонстрирующая отношение Советского Союза к ООН. Первый горький опыт привел к тому, что Генассамблея принимает резолюцию под названием «Единство ради мира». Ее суть такая. Если Совбез не может принять решение из-за вето, Генассамблея, где права вето нет, рассматривает вопрос и выносит рекомендации. А уж следовать им или не следовать – это суверенное право государств. Генассамблея – это орган директивный, но только в отношении самого ООН. Назначение нового генсека, утверждение бюджета, избрание непостоянных членов Совета Безопасности – это пожалуйста. А что касается самих государств и их действий, все строго рекомендательно. Резолюция «Единство ради мира» обсуждалась в ноябре 1950 года. Ее приняли, хотя Советский Союз был против. Стенограмму читать сейчас очень интересно. Представитель Британии критикует Советский Союз, который сделал немало для того, чтобы поколебать доверие малых стран к Совету Безопасности как к орудию защиты против агрессии, и надеется, что корейский урок пойдет на пользу. На претензии сначала ответил представитель Белорусской ССР по фамилии Скоробогатый. Да, если вы не знали, у Украины и Беларуси в Советском Союзе были свои представители в ООН, а Министерства иностранных дел были вообще у всех союзных республик. Белорус Скоробогатый отмечает, что цель американцев подменить Совет Безопасности Генеральной Ассамблеей, парализовать деятельность Совета Безопасности. Потом слово берет уже представитель Советского Союза Андрей Вышинский. Он говорит очень долго, затрагивает историю, но на тот момент совсем недавнюю, довоенные отношения США и Великобритании с Гитлером. Он обвиняет американцев в манипуляции. Совсем отказаться от права вето они не хотят, потому что оно нужно им самим. Но они хотят механизм, как его обойти, если нужно. А ведь все дело в коренных разногласиях политики. Их надо устранять. К чему я вам рассказываю всю эту историю? Тут важно уяснить следующее. Еще в 1950 году, на 5-м году существования ООН, отцы-основатели уже осознавали уязвимость созданного ими органа. Актуальных и острых тем, по которым США, Россия и Китай согласны, очень мало. Они искали механизм. Что же делать, если один из 5 постоянных членов взял и наложил вето? В итоге нашли и написали вот эту вот резолюцию. Ее обсуждали как что-то судьбоносное, после чего мир уже не будет прежним. Сама роль Совбеза ООН возьмет и размоется. Но если вы хотя бы поверхностно знаете историю 20 века, то догадаетесь, что это не так. Размываться было особенно нечему. Войны и вторжения случались регулярно, и ни Совбез ООН, ни тем более Генассамблея не могли этому помешать. Может, Совбез ООН смог сказать веское слово во время Карибского кризиса? Нет. Хотя именно там, на заседании 25 октября 1962 года, показали фотографии советских ракет на Кубе. Представители США и Советского Союза горячо поспорили, на чем было много газетных заголовков.
Хорошо, сэр. Разрешите задать вам один простой вопрос. Отрицаете ли вы, посол, что СССР разместил и продолжает размещать ракеты средней дальности на Кубе? Да или нет? Не ждите перевода, да или нет?
Продолжайте вашу речь, господин Стивенсон. В свое время вы получите ответ.
Вскоре после этого был ввод войск американцев во Вьетнам, но волшебная сила вето снова не сработала. Наоборот, всем было совершенно очевидно, что именно из-за него Совбез в этом конфликте просто бесполезен. Вот донесение из представительства ООН в Государственный департамент 1965 года. Тут рассказывается, что генсек ООН интересовался, не хочет ли Косыгин, председатель Совета министров СССР, созвать Совбез ООН по поводу Вьетнама. А представитель США ему ответил: нет, из общения с ним такого не следовало. Он говорил, что Вьетнам — это маленькая проблема по сравнению с вопросами разоружения между США и Советским Союзом. На что генсек отвечает: да, и советский представитель в ООН тоже слышать не хочет о заседании Совбеза. И французы тоже не хотят. Почему не хотят? Неужели они все согласны в вопросе Вьетнама? Нет, они просто знают, каким будет результат. Никто ни о чем не договорится. Напишут 2 диаметрально противоположные резолюции, на которые то одна сторона, то другая наложит вето. Поэтому война будет идти, невзирая на недовольство отдельных членов Организации Объединенных Наций. Кстати, во многом из-за этой войны в Америке случится Уотергейтский скандал. О нем я недавно делал отдельный большой ролик. Смотрите, очень интересно на самом деле. Короче, как вы поняли, ни одной резолюции Совбеза ООН по поводу Вьетнамской войны нет. Только одно обсуждение ситуации, когда в 1966 году США все же смогли созвать заседание. Еще была жалоба Камбоджи 1964 года из-за вторжения вьетнамских войск. Но, в общем-то, ООН ничего не сделал. И это бездействие хорошо раскрывает нам все международных отношений с той поры. Система называлась Ялтинско-Потсдамской в честь двух конференций 1945 года. В публично подписанных там документах, конечно, ничего не было про раздел мира между победителями Второй мировой, но именно это и имелось в виду, и разговоры об этом велись вполне открыто. ООН — это только юридическое оформление Ялтинско-Потсдамской системы. Совбез ООН — такая книга жалоб для слабых стран, где сильные будут решать их судьбу. А сами они предпочитают решать дела в обход всей этой бюрократии. Так быстрее. Поэтому в России так популярен тезис про вторую Ялту. Кто-то надеялся, что она случится в Анкоридже. Кто-то считает, что для нее необходим Си Цзиньпин. В Ливадийском дворце уже даже портреты его вешали. Но надо понимать, что в западной политической науке Ялта, во-первых, упоминается реже, во-вторых, в другом контексте. Только собираясь на Ялту, Черчилль написал Рузвельту в секретном сообщении: «Теперь, я думаю, что конец этой войны может оказаться еще более разочаровывающим, чем прошлый». Под прошлой Черчилль, разумеется, имел в виду Первую мировую. Этот текст рассекретили в 1955 году, всего через 10 лет после Ялты. И в журнале Time вышла колонка о том, что да, так и получилось. И виновен в этом Рузвельт. Вообще винить Рузвельта за то, что тот доверился Сталину, это популярный подход в западной публицистике. В Европе, особенно восточной, Ялта воспринимается еще хуже. Выступая в Риге в 2005 году, Джордж Буш оправдывался за американскую политику тех лет.
Соглашение в Ялте продолжило несправедливые традиции Мюнхенского сговора и пакта Молотова-Риббентропа. В очередной раз, когда могущественные правительства вели переговоры, свобода малых наций была разменной монетой. Порабощение миллионов людей в Центральной и Восточной Европе останется в памяти как одна из величайших несправедливостей в истории.
Предложение повторить Ялту у людей, выросших на Западе и получивших там образование, радости не вызывает. Но в Москве этого как будто не понимают и настойчиво используют этот штамп. Когда Путин в январе 2020 года предложил ядерной пятерке собраться в честь 75-летия ООН, почти все заголовки были о новой Ялте. Так и было задумано. Символизм очевиден. Тем более, что речь Путин произносил в Яд-Вашеме, музее памяти Холокоста в Иерусалиме. Но тогда еще никто не знал, каким будет 2020 год. И почему планировать встречи в этом году – весьма сомнительное дело. Другой, 80-й юбилей Ялты, был год назад, в феврале 2025-го. Лавров в честь него написал статью с такими тезисами. Ялтинско-Потсдамский порядок при всех его сильных и слабых сторонах на протяжении 80-летий создает нормативно-правовую рамку функционирования международной системы. И хотя ООН не привела нас к краю, но спасла от ада новой мировой войны. Лавров признает, что США с самого начала воспринимали Ялту как уступку, но объясняет это странно. Им якобы не нравился принцип суверенного равенства государств. Разумеется, это не совсем так. В Ялтинско-Потсдамской системе державы неформально, но очень четко делились на великие и не очень великие. И все прекрасно понимали, кто есть кто. Ни о каком суверенном равенстве государств речи не шло. В Ялтинско-Потсдамской системе Советский Союз и США постоянно воевали за сферы влияния. После Вьетнама были Ангола, Эфиопия, Сомали, Мозамбик, конечно, Афганистан. Каждый из этих конфликтов достоин отдельного ролика. Но если коротко, нет. Совбез ООН с правом вето не помог. Поэтому, если предлагать миру новую систему, то, наверное, лучше говорить, что она будет более справедливой, чем у Ялты, если вы правда хотите кого-то в чем-то убедить. Первый случай, когда Совбез ООН сработал как задумано, был уже после окончания Холодной войны. Речь про бурю в пустыне, на операцию по освобождению Кувейта, когда туда вторгся Саддам Хусейн. Она считается самым легитимным применением силы в истории ООН. Тогда резолюцией номер 678 государства-члены ООН были прямо уполномочены использовать все необходимые средства, чтобы выполнить предыдущие резолюции, а еще восстановить международный мир и безопасность в регионе. Предыдущие резолюции, как вы догадываетесь, заключались в том, чтобы вернуть Кувейту его территорию. Советский Союз в 1990 году проголосовал «за». Вместе с ним резолюцию поддержали еще 11 стран. Китай воздержался. Против были только Йемен и Куба. Похожим образом было согласовано вторжение западной коалиции в Ливию. Эта резолюция примечательна тем, что президент России был не против вторжения в Ливию и отдал соответствующие указания Министерству иностранных дел и представителю в ООН. А вот премьер-министр России Владимир Путин был против этой резолюции и вступил в публичную перепалку с президентом. Правда, сейчас уже можно сказать, что в отличие от резолюции по Ираку, которая нормально сработала, действительно получилось вернуть Кувейту государственность, вытолкнуть оттуда иракские войска, резолюция по Ливии сработала не лучшим образом. Гражданскую войну остановить не удалось, в Ливии на долгие годы воцарился хаос. И знаете, на этих двух примерах все. Остальные военные конфликты с участием ООН, о которых можно рассказать, будут миротворческими миссиями. Это те самые голубые каски. У этих миссий странные названия аббревиатуры. Причем иногда в русский просто переходит английская аббревиатура без перевода. Типа UNASOM. Это United Nation Operation in Somalia. UNAMID. Это United Nation African Union Mission in Darfur. Но в то же время есть МОНЦАР. Миссия Организации Объединенных Наций в Центральной Африканской Республике, МОНЭ, миссия Организации Объединенных Наций в Эфиопии и Эритрее, и другие более мелкие миссии. Государства на территории, где они обычно применялись, были либо очень слабыми, либо государства вообще отсутствовали, как в Сомали. Эффект от таких миссий, как правило, очень локальный. Государство все так же лежит в руинах, но на отдельной территории удается установить какой-то контроль и хотя бы раздавать гуманитарную помощь. Иногда эта отдельная территория вообще исчерпывается гостиницей или базой, где живут миротворцы. Можете посмотреть фильм «Отель Руанда» или «Отстреливая собак». Они оба основаны на реальных событиях гражданской войны в Руанде. Сильно спойлерить сюжет вам не буду, но помощи миротворцев там дождались явно не все.
У меня приказ не превращать школу в убежище.
Но ведь вы миротворцы, Шарль. Вы здесь, чтобы не допустить резни.
Миротворцы? Нет. Наши полномочия — наблюдать за перемирием Хуту и Тутси. Вот и все.
Тогда почему вы вооружены?
Применение оружия дозволено в целях самозащиты. Чтобы задействовать пулемет М2, я должен получить разрешение самого генерального секретаря.
Такой недостаток полномочий – очень частая проблема. Миротворцы почти не применяют оружие. Они должны сдерживать стороны одним своим присутствием. А если это не срабатывает, остается только развести руками. Что ж, не получилось. В некоторых подобных миссиях ООН участвовала и Россия. Например, в Судане, где базировалось звено вертолетов Ми-8. Но более важный пример – Босния. Эту миссию в России принято критиковать за то, что де-факто инициативу в ней перехватила НАТО, а потом и юридическая миссия перешла под крыло Альянса. Резолюция Совбеза ООН о создании группировки была принята в 1992 году. Российские военные вошли в именно эту группировку с трудновыговариваемым названием УНПРОФОР. Для солдат там даже разрабатывали специальные отличительные знаки с символикой ООН и надписями «Russia». И хотя СМИ обычно для упрощения пишут, что миротворцы были только в Боснии, все-таки первый российский батальон базировался в Хорватии, там, где жили сербы. И только потом, в 94-м, русские прибыли еще и в Сараево. И да, российских миротворцев не стоит путать с российскими добровольцами в Боснии, теми, кто воевал на стороне сербов, например, как юный Игорь Стрелков. Хотя есть много свидетельств, что эти две группы сотрудничали. Потом была еще одна резолюция о закрытии неба, чтобы помешать поставкам оружия, и хотя в тексте это не оговаривалось, задачу взяла на себя именно НАТО. Бесполетную зону контролировали силы операции Sky Monitor. В 1995-м началась другая миссия – EFOR – Implementation Force. Она была нужна, чтобы обеспечить реализацию Дейтонских мирных соглашений, и она уже управлялась исключительно натовскими генералами. Министр обороны России Павел Грачев даже летал в Пентагон, чтобы договориться о формате взаимодействия. В Москве не хотели, чтобы российские военные были в подчинении у натовских генералов. Переговоры об этом шли 2 месяца, и в них участвовал как Грачев, так и генерал Леонтий Шевцов, который командовал российскими войсками в Боснии. В итоге договорились так. Все приказы русским можно было отдавать только письменно и только после того, как Шевцов поставит на приказ свою подпись. Самого Шевцова назначили заместителем руководителя операции, то есть русский генерал, заместитель главкома НАТО. Это потом миссию в российских источниках стали называть миротворческой в кавычках, а тогда все проходило весьма позитивно.
50 лет назад мы уже взаимодействовали с ними и успешно завершили Великую Отечественную войну. Русские с американцами в вопросах взаимодействия проблем нет. Мы, военные, понимаем, что мы выполняем одну задачу. Задачу по недопущению дальнейшего кровопролития, разъединению сторон. И при выполнении данной задачи, я думаю, проблем в вопросах взаимодействия не будет.
Репутация миссии сильно пострадала из-за резни в Сребренице. Но это была не вина россиян. Там стояли голландцы. Частичную вину голландцев признал их собственный нидерландский суд. Про степень вины шли споры. В 2019 году ее оценивали на 10%. Но важнее другое. Намного раньше, еще в 2002 году, события в Боснии стали причиной для отставки правительства. На примере этой истории хорошо видно системные проблемы. Вообще-то у ООН есть собственный военно-штабной комитет. В уставе очень понятная статья, номер 46. Планы применения вооруженных сил составляются Советом Безопасности с помощью военно-штабного комитета. Но де-факто резолюция спихивает всю ответственность на исполнителя. Принимайте все необходимые меры для защиты гражданского населения. Это слова из резолюции по Ливии. Тогда свергали Каддафи. И как? Хорошо защитили мирное население? Довольны результатом? Вряд ли. Похожие формулировки были во всех резолюциях, которые мы рассмотрели. По идее, этот военно-штабной комитет ООН должен быть очень важным органом. Но вот вопрос, вы о нем вообще слышали? Вряд ли. И даже если искать хоть какие-то новости про этот комитет, вы, скорее всего, ничего не найдете. В «Коммерсанте», начиная с 2000 года, военно-штабной комитет упоминался буквально в паре статей. И как раз в контексте того, что он не работает, его надо как-то менять. И это были материалы за 2001 и 2005 годы. В 2019 про комитет вспомнила Мария Захарова. Она сообщила, что российским офицерам, которых отобрали для работы в комитете, не дают американские визы. Ну и в независимой газете была статья подполковника в отставке о том, как плохо, что комитет не работает. А он тем временем существует и даже собирается не реже, чем раз в 14 дней. План заседаний на 2026 год можно посмотреть прямо на сайте. Темы там – детали действующих миссий. В Ливане, в Кашмире, в Центральноафриканской Республике. Хотя самими операциями управляет не этот комитет, а Департамент операций в пользу мира, комитет дает важные советы. И еще забавный момент. Во время обсуждения резолюции 678, когда согласовалась операция против Саддама Хусейна, представитель Ирака напоминал об этом комитете. Он утверждал, согласно уставу ООН, есть лишь 3 случая, когда применение силы против государства не считается агрессией. Первое – самооборона. Второй случай, если санкции, которые были применены согласно статье 41, не сработали, тогда включались статьи 42, 43 и 44. При этом военно-штабной комитет несет ответственность за стратегическое руководство любыми вооруженными силами, предоставленными в распоряжение Совета Безопасности. И третий случай, когда Совбезу не удается достичь особых соглашений, пятерка постоянных членов, проведя консультации с другими членами Организации Объединенных Наций, могут предпринять совместные действия против какого-либо государства. То есть сначала пройдите первых два этапа, и только потом, пожалуйста, можете нас атаковать. Конечно, иракский представитель юлил и защищался как мог, но формально он был прав. Действительно, все детали применения силы должны согласовываться в ООН куда лучше. Фактически тогда это просто отдавалось на аутсорс. ООН издает резолюцию со смыслом «это государство можно бить», и теперь любое государство может легитимно принять силу против изгоя, после чего любое государство, как оно пожелает нужным, может ввести войска на территорию этого государства, разбомбить ему что-нибудь, пускай само решает. В крайнем случае ООН может передать полномочия какой-то конкретной стране. Так Австралия занималась конфликтом в Восточном Тиморе, после чего это государство и появилось на карте. Но по задумке отцов-основателей организации, которых мы так ценим, военно-штабной комитет должен был непосредственно распоряжаться войсками и иметь резерв.
Сперва без всякой санкции Совета Безопасности ООН провели кровопролитную военную операцию против Белграда. Использовали авиацию, ракеты прямо в самом центре Европы.
Да, это то самое выступление Путина 24 февраля 2022 года. Иронично, что Совбез ООН в нем упоминается трижды. Югославию в 1999 году начали бомбить безо всякой санкции Совета Безопасности. Это плохо. Вторжение в Ирак и Сирию тоже прошло без должных правовых оснований. И это тоже плохо. А вот в Ливии все-таки, да, была санкция Совбеза ООН, пусть и со спорной расплывчатой формулировкой. Зато сам Путин не такой. Он руководствуется статьей 51 Устава ООН, но не только ей. Послушайте.
В связи с этим, в соответствии со статьей 51 частью 7 Устава ООН, санкции Совета Федерации России и во исполнение ратифицированных Федеральным собранием 22 февраля сего года договоров о дружбе и взаимопомощи с Донецкой Народной Республикой и Луганской Народной Республикой, мною принято решение о проведении специальной военной операции.
Путин как будто бы хочет сказать санкции Совета Безопасности ООН, но вовремя он поправляет себя, потому что нет, там другой совет, Совет Федерации России. С ним куда легче договориться. Разве Валентина Матвиенко откажет? Искать тут манипуляции как будто даже не имеет смысла. Статья 51 Устава ООН дает стране право на оборону в случае нападения, а в феврале 2022 года Россию никто не атаковал. ДНР и ЛНР, которые Россия якобы защищала, не совсем субъекты международного права. Ссылаться на Устав ООН в их случае странно. Но само упоминание этих норм – это интересная деталь. Россия так долго осуждала НАТО за нарушение международного права, что полностью отвергнуть его не может даже теперь. Вернее, не может, конечно, только на официальном уровне. На пропагандистском как раз уже активно отменяют.
Мы должны объяснить. Игры кончились. Плевать на международные права, международный порядок.
Понятно, что с таким подходом к нормам Россия не захочет даже рассматривать ограничения права вето. Например, чтобы его можно было преодолеть, как это бывает в конституциях некоторых стран. Да даже в российской конституции такая норма формально есть. Ведь если президент отклоняет закон, то Госдума и Совет Федерации могут поддержать его 2/3 своих составов. И тогда президент будет обязан его подписать. Точно так же вето можно преодолеть и в США 2/3 Конгресса и Сената. То есть президентское вето не абсолютное. Но в Совбезе Организации Объединенных Наций такой нормы нет. Если вето наложено одним из постоянных членов, то все. Критиков такого подхода вроде бы немало. Например, есть Эрдоган, который даже написал книгу «Более справедливый мир возможен». Ее он недавно подарил Никола Пашиняну, и эта фотография вызвала много насмешек в Армении. Турецкая пропаганда говорит о книге как о фундаментальном труде, который должен изменить международное право. При этом ее главную мысль можно выразить в одной фразе: «Мир больше 5». Или судьба человечества не должна быть брошена на милость горстки стран-победителей во Второй мировой войне. Эрдоган любит это повторять с 2013 года, и ситуация в Газе лишь укрепляет его веру в своей правоте.
Мы ничего не ждем от Совбеза ООН и не надеемся на него. Совет Безопасности, который нужен, чтобы сохранять глобальный мир и стабильность, 7 октября стал Советом по защите и присмотру за Израилем. Для ООН необходимо, чтобы Совет Безопасности ООН реформировали. Это должно случиться.
Путин знает о таком мнении своего друга и последовательно спорит с ним.
Можно сказать, что всю книжку я не прочитал, конечно, но отдельные идеи, я с ними, с некоторыми там солидарен, он хороший анализ на самом деле. Понятно, почему лидер Турции говорит об этом, потому что он считает, что, судя по всему, что и Турция могла бы быть постоянным членом Совета Безопасности. Но это не нам, не даже России решать. Это нужно решать в ходе консенсуса при определении и при окончательном решении вопросов подобного рода. Индия есть у нас, есть Южная Африка, понимаете, это все справедливо. Вопрос только в том, как найти этот баланс.
Что же думает по этому поводу Китай? Он за реформу в виде расширения представительства африканских стран. Надо понимать, что на многие африканские страны у Китая есть серьезное влияние. Китай говорит, что африканские страны должны быть лучше представлены в Совбезе Безопасности, но от права вето отказываться не собирается. Зачем? Ведь Китай пользуется им исключительно ответственно. В итоге идею ограничить право вето из постоянных членов поддерживают только Великобритания и Франция. Еще в 2014 году французский представитель предлагал, чтобы такой порядок был введен в случае массовых злодеяний, таких как геноцид, преступления против человечности или военные преступления. Уходящий генсек Антонио Гутерриш поддерживает эти идеи. Что на это скажет следующий генсек, который придет в этом году, надо будет посмотреть. Можно еще вспомнить генсека Кофи Аннана, который был на посту с 1997 по 2006 год. Он видел большой символизм в том, что наступает третье тысячелетие, и даже инициировал резолюцию, где было много важных слов про проблемы человечества. Бедность, ВИЧ, экология, отставание африканских стран и, в том числе, слабость институтов ООН. И на этот счет у Аннана были свои, весьма радикальные идеи. В 2005 году он выпустил доклад «При большей свободе». И там он предлагает два варианта реформирования Совбеза. План А – в Совбез входят 6 новых постоянных членов, но без права вето. Число непостоянных при этом увеличивается на 3. План Б – постоянные члены остаются прежними, но добавляется 9 мест для непостоянных. Аннан хотел провести реформу в сентябре 2005 года, но что-то пошло не так. И, кстати, обратите внимание, Аннан называл реформу Совбеза новым Сан-Франциско, а не новой Ялтой. Это отсылка к Сан-Франциской конференции, где подписали устав ООН. Но сейчас мы пришли в точку, где снова можно не стесняясь говорить о своей исключительности. Трамп и Путин видят себя не просто достойными права вето, но и безусловными лидерами своих регионов, где они могут назначать и свергать правительство. Трамп открыто это заявил после похищения Мадуро. Это наше полушарие. В России такой исключительной зоной влияния считают постсоветское пространство и частично Восточную Европу. Во всяком случае в том смысле, что там не должно быть НАТО. Впрочем, так было еще до Путина. В рассекреченных стенограммах переговоров с Клинтоном Ельцин просит просто отдать Европу России, а заодно и Азию. РИА Новости после этого писали о другом рассекреченном документе, где Клинтон обещает не вмешиваться во внутренние дела России и других стран СНГ. Это подается как очередной раскрытый обман, ведь обещания не сдержали, хотя вряд ли Клинтон мог поручиться за всех президентов после себя, тем более, что никакого документа не было. Просто слова президента. Ровно об этом недавнее нашумевшее заявление Соловьева про право России проводить СВО в других постсоветских странах, после Украины.
Если нам для нашей национальной безопасности необходимо было начать СВО на территории Украины, почему, исходя из тех же самых соображений, мы не можем начинать СВО и в других точках нашей зоны влияния? Может быть, нам необходимо сформулировать нашу национальную доктрину?
Это, разумеется, заявка на исключительность и на подтверждение статуса великой державы, а не на какое-то там суверенное равенство России с Арменией и Таджикистаном. Интересные идеи о будущем мироустройстве выражал и Владислав Сурков. Уже после отставки он написал статью «Рождение Севера», и там он внезапно пророчит России союз с Европой и США. Смелая мысль для 2023 года, именно тогда была написана статья. Но она отражает, равными кому видят себя российские элиты, от кого они ждут признания и рукопожатия. Китай, к слову, столь откровенных заявлений не делает. У китайских чиновников вы найдете только слова о невмешательстве во внутренние дела и уважение всех стран, богатых и бедных, сильных и слабых. Конечно, это просто декларации, но у России и США теперь нет и этого. Просто делаем, что хотим в нашем полушарии. Путин видит себя новым Сталином в Ялте. Не это ли завещали нам отцы-основатели? Кстати, если бы в Кремле правда хотели равенства, то вместо многополярного мира надо было бы говорить о бесполярном. Многополярный — это когда кроме США есть еще Китай, Россия и, там, условная Саудовская Аравия. Но все равно, они полюса. Но как же насчет подлинного равенства, где все решает большинство голосов? Хотя, как показывает война США и Израиля против Ирана, подать свой голос порой не решаются даже крупные и сильные страны. Тот же канцлер Германии Мерц в феврале говорил, что Европе нужна твердость и сила воли, чтобы отстоять свою свободу, а уже в марте признал свою подчиненную роль. Да, США открыто нарушают международное право, но читать нотации союзникам сейчас не время. В конце концов, Иран тоже плохой. Как-то это не очень стыкуется с целью Европы стать глобальным игроком самостоятельной системы безопасности. С волей Трампа смирились и многие другие европейцы. Впрочем, что они могут сделать? Глава МИД Нидерландов тоже постарался высказаться так, чтобы не сказать ничего лишнего. По его словам, международное право не единственная рамка, которую здесь надо применять. При этом любопытно, что куда жестче выступил премьер-министр Испании. Казалось бы, страна далеко не самая богатая и сильная. Ее власти не просто раскритиковали США и Израиль. Они взяли и закрыли небо для американских военных самолетов, которые летят на Ближний Восток. А неожиданным сторонником операции против Ирана стал премьер Канады Марк Карни. Это правда интересно, ведь на Давосском экономическом форуме в январе он произнес речь, которую многие назвали манифестом антитрампистов. В ней был интересный образ. Внезапно это продавец зелени из Чехословакии. О нем когда-то писал Вацлав Гавел, первый президент страны после падения коммунистов. Это при нем республика разделилась на Чехию и Словакию.
Каждое утро заведующий овощным магазином вывешивает в витрине табличку «Пролетарии всех стран, соединяйтесь». Он в это не верит, никто не верит. Но он все равно вывешивает табличку, чтобы избежать неприятностей, показать, что он согласен, и поладить с властями.
Вот и международное право стало просто табличкой, на которую никто не обращает внимания. И Марк Карни говорит о все той же развилке. Просто строить стены выше, то есть замкнуться в защите своих интересов, или создать что-то качественно новое.
Мы убираем табличку с окна. Мы знаем, что прежний порядок не вернется. Не стоит по нему скучать. Ностальгия не стратегия. Но мы верим, что на месте разрушенного можно построить что-то большее, лучшее, более сильное и справедливое. Это задача средних держав. Стран, которые больше всего потеряют в мире крепостей и больше всего выиграют от подлинного сотрудничества.
За эту речь Трамп даже отозвал приглашение Канады в Совет мира, его личный международный орган для урегулирования конфликтов. Но вот в марте антитрампист Карни заявил, что поддерживает войну Трампа, пусть и с сожалением. Он даже допустил, что Канада сама сможет принять участие в операции.
Канада долгое время видела, как Иран был ключевым источником нестабильности и террора на Ближнем Востоке. Режимы его прокси убили сотни, включая мирных граждан Канады, и стали причиной неописуемых страданий миллионов людей и на Ближнем Востоке, и за его пределами. Несмотря на более чем 20 лет переговоров и дипломатических усилий, Иран не отказался от своей ядерной программы и не перестал обогащать уран. Канада много лет поддерживала идею, что эту серьезную глобальную угрозу нужно нейтрализовать.
Лицемерие это, двойные стандарты, или Карни сам испугался последствий своей речи и решил вернуть расположение большого американского брата. Но вся история международного права, которую мы рассказывали до этого, доказывает. Вариантов и правда не так много. Если ваш противник, конечно, не Саддам Хусейн, от которого отвернулись вообще все. Если у страны остался хоть один единственный защитник из постоянных членов Совбеза, то кроме войны остается только один вариант – не делать ничего. Смириться, что страна делает, что хочет, и со своими гражданами, и с гражданами соседних стран. Также вам придется смириться с тем, что она, вероятно, разрабатывает ядерное оружие, хотя его нераспространение – это базовый принцип международной безопасности. И даже если вам кажется, что с Ираном и его руководством все в порядке, и влиять на него не нужно, прекрасно. В таком случае у вас, наверное, есть вопросы к Трампу, который открыто рассуждает о захвате Гренландии или об атаке Ирана. Или к Израилю, который превращает сектор Газа в щебень. Но повлиять на них в рамках международного права у вас точно так же мало шансов. Ну а в этом году появились страхи, что Организация Объединенных Наций, единственная универсальная международная организация, может бросить вызов Совет мира Трампа. Хотя эта организация максимально странная. Беларусь, Казахстан, Узбекистан, Пакистан, Египет, Аргентина, Монголия, Вьетнам, Турция. Что их связывает, кроме желания понравиться Трампу? Еще, кстати, из этой организации могут выгнать, вернее, отозвать приглашение, если Трамп на вас обиделся. Конечно, когда-нибудь более справедливый мир может быть построен, но пока мы еще движемся по инерции в обратную сторону. Некоторые считают, что это эхо ковида. Мол, один из самых сильных побочных эффектов пандемии – это всплеск национализма. Об этом писали еще тогда, в 2020-м. Многих впечатлило, например, как американцы прямо на взлетной полосе перекупили груз масок. Его собирались везти из Таиланда в Германию, но в последний момент загрузили в другой самолет. Эта история и правда хорошо описывает современный мир. Национальный эгоизм стал казаться оправданным. Надо спасать своих, на чужих плевать. И вот мы дошли до того, что даже в Европе пересмотр границ уже не кажется чем-то немыслимым. Хотя, казалось бы, там их защищает не только устав ООН, но и другие документы, которые страны подписывали добровольно. Международные обязательства вообще работают только в тех случаях, если страны взяли их на себя добровольно. Но тут другая проблема. Сначала их нужно заставить эти обязательства взять. Например, Хельсинское соглашение 1975 года. Тогда прошло совещание по безопасности и сотрудничеству в Европе. Именно из этого совещания потом выросла организация ОБСЕ. Причем тогда именно советских делегатов больше всего волновал принцип нерушимости границ. Это было вызвано тем, что Советы хотели обезопасить соцлагеря от возможных посягательств со стороны других стран. Для западных же стран было важнее навязать Советскому Союзу и всему соцлагерю обязательства по правам человека. Брежнев документ в итоге подписал, хотя изначально хотел вычеркнуть все пункты про права человека.
А что, по вашему мнению, эта конференция, это совещание даст для всего мира?
А что бы вы хотели? Я хочу, чтобы в Европе чтобы был мир, спокойствие. Чтобы государства жили в мире, не вмешивались во внутренние дела, соблюдалась суверенность каждого государства. Разве это мало?
Конечно, забавно смотреть, как Брежнев выступает за суверенитет и невмешательство во внутренние дела, потому что именно его именем назвали доктрину внешней политики СССР. Она как раз предполагала право Москвы вмешиваться в дела социалистических стран, если они отходят от социализма. Правда, термин «доктрину Брежнева» придумали на Западе, но стали использовать и в Москве. Отрицать, что такая политика была, невозможно. Ее прямо декларировали в газете «Правда». В итоге границы защитить в целом удалось, а что внутри границ – не очень. По мнению большинства западных исследователей, именно с Хельсинского акта начался процесс демократизации в соцлагере, а потом его распад. Может ли в наше время повториться что-то подобное? Наверное, потому что Хельсинское соглашение было подписано через 7 лет после танков в Праге. Оно обсуждалось сразу после войны во Вьетнаме, сразу после введения поправки Джексона-Вейника. Проблем было много, но осознание этих проблем и привело к разрядке. В то же время обсуждались договоры об ограничении ядерного оружия и систем противоракетной обороны. Правда, эта оттепель продлилась совсем недолго. В 1979 году все испортит ввод советских войск в Афганистан. В 1983 будет история с южнокорейским Боингом и словами Рейгана про империю зла, но это уже просто эскалация вот этой самой напряженности, связанной с Афганистаном. Но потом начнется перестройка и новая, уже более эффективная разрядка. Ну а рожденная в Хельсинки ОБСЕ тоже начала пытаться урегулировать конфликты. На постсоветском пространстве такие примеры были. Но, если честно, все неудачные. Первый – Карабахский конфликт, о котором мы часто вспоминаем в последнее время. Им занималась Минская группа ОБСЕ, и роль была даже прописана в резолюции Совбеза. Но ничего конкретного она сделать не смогла. Все разработанные планы так и остались на бумаге. Но ладно, ОБСЕ. Она выступала всего лишь переговорной площадкой. Невыполненными оказались прямые указания 4 резолюций Совета Безопасности ООН. Все они требовали от Армении вернуть районы вокруг Карабаха, каждый раз новые, потому что армяне в течение 1993 года активно наступали. Азербайджанское население из этих районов вытеснялось, и оставались только пустые города и села. Со временем и они превращались в руины. Азербайджан, конечно, ссылался на эти резолюции в течение 27 лет, до 2020 года, когда взял территории силой. Но у Армении и России был свой подход. Дипломат Владимир Казимиров, который тогда занимался урегулированием со стороны Москвы, утверждал, мол, сам Азербайджан по тексту резолюций должен был прекратить огонь, а поскольку он этого не сделал, то сам виноват, что условия остались невыполнены. К тому же формулировка звучала так. Армения должна использовать свое влияние, чтобы из районов отступили армяне Нагорного Карабаха. А влияние — это то, что может и не помочь. Бывает ведь, хочешь повлиять на кого-то, но не получается. На деле, конечно, никто ничего оставлять не хотел. Захваченные территории использовались как пояс безопасности. Тогда эти 25-30 километров имели значение. Артиллерия до Степанакерта уже не доставала. Сейчас на украинской войне 25 километров — это только килл-зона, где дроны уничтожат все живое. Чтобы чувствовать себя в безопасности, от линии фронта надо отъехать километров на 100. Это важный урок. Получается, что даже такие маленькие страны, как Армения и Азербайджан, способны манипулировать текстом резолюций, играть на противоречиях крупных держав, затягивать переговоры и в итоге не делать ничего. Хотя есть 4 резолюции Совбеза ООН, единственного органа, чьи решения имеют силу. Минские соглашения по Украине, составленные при участии ОБСЕ, тоже были одобрены резолюцией Совбеза. Теоретически это значит, что их надо неукоснительно исполнять. Фактически получалось так же, как с Арменией и Азербайджаном. Стороны затягивали переговоры, тонули в формулировках и никуда не двигались. Выяснилось, что даже когда конфликтует страна, которая сидит в Совбезе безопасности и имеет право вето, и страна, которая этого права вето не имеет, страна без права вето все равно может играть с формулировками, затягивать исполнение каких-то соглашений, имплементацию их, и вполне себе плевать на резолюции Совета Безопасности. Никакого инструмента принуждения к выполнению этих резолюций у ООН нет. Кстати, в Минских соглашениях есть пункт про выборы. Они должны были пройти в Донбассе после закрепления его статуса в Конституции страны и обязательно с соблюдением соответствующих стандартов ОБСЕ при мониторинге со стороны БДИПЧ ОБСЕ. БДИПЧ — это Бюро по демократическим институтам и правам человека. Они, правда, отправляют наблюдателей на выборы, но это, мягко скажем, не гарантия их честности. Наблюдатели от ОБСЕ были почти на всех выборах в России до 2021 года. Они отмечали нарушения, которые видели сами, писали критические отчеты, но за этим ничего не следовало, потому что никакой ответственности за неконкурентные выборы по нормам международного права не существует. В 2021 году наблюдатели ОБСЕ отказались ехать на думские выборы в России, сославшись на слишком маленькую квоту. Слишком мало наблюдателей дали, не сможем все зафиксировать. А на президентские 2024 года наблюдателей вообще не позвали. Как заявили тогда в МИД РФ, у ОБСЕ нет полномочий сертифицировать выборы и выносить им вердикты. Хотя, наверное, в теории было бы неплохо, чтобы была одна общепризнанная международная организация, которую все уважают, которую все приглашают на выборы. И вот если выборы эта международная организация не признает, значит у вас нет легитимности. Вот вы не можете провести инаугурацию. Но, опять же, это какие-то истории из совершенно другого мира, не имеющего с нашим миром ничего общего. Точно так же очень полезно было бы иметь реальный рабочий инструмент по отстранению президента от власти, если он серьезно нарушает, например, права человека. И речь даже не только о геноциде, а просто, например, об узурпации власти. Сейчас принято потешаться над Международным уголовным судом. Ведь это смешно, что они уговаривали Таджикистан, а до этого Монголию арестовать Путина. А Путин спокойно съездил в Улан-Батор и Душанбе, и ничего не произошло. Точно так же, как на визит премьера Израиля Беньямина Нетаньяху в Венгрию, тоже не удалось повлиять. Он спокойно съездил, и его не арестовали. Хотя на него есть ордер за военные преступления в Газе. Выглядит смешно, жалко, может быть. Но, наверное, Международный уголовный суд здорового человека был бы нам нужен. Я не раз говорил, что в 2020 году России стоило бы арестовать Лукашенко, чтобы защитить права населения Беларуси. Ну, наверное, если бы это сделала уважаемая и признанная международная структура, было бы даже лучше. Жаль только, что сейчас такой структуры нет, и вряд ли появится в ближайшее время. Подлинная демократия и права человека не в моде. Разумеется, на думских выборах 26 года никаких международных наблюдателей от ОБСЕ тоже не будет. Зато будет электронное голосование. Теперь бумажный бюллетень — это альтернатива, которую надо требовать отдельно. В общем, Путин наверняка понимает Брежнева, который пытался вычистить все пункты про права человека из Хельсинского соглашения. От них, этих прав человека, одни проблемы. Международные обязательства по этому поводу в Москве принято сравнивать с крестовыми походами или религиозными войнами, которые закончились Вестфальским миром. С тех пор в Европе принято не навязывать друг другу веру. А в России власть и пропаганда прямо называют права человека и другие либеральные ценности чем-то вроде религии, культа, или скорее ереси, с которой неплохо было бы бороться. В официальных документах даже термин есть – деструктивные, неолиберальные идеологические установки. Похожих идей придерживаются и некоторые европейцы. Тот же венгерский премьер Орбан, словацкий премьер Роберт Фице или правые из Польши. В прошлом году они снова пришли к власти. С Орбаном было много скандалов и сомнительных моментов, но когда он проиграл выборы, власть все же отдал спокойно и даже поздравил оппонента с победой. Они обязаны соблюдать определенные нормы, прямо как Брежнев после подписания Хельсинского соглашения. Но и то, и другое обязательства, которые политики наложили на себя сами. В обмен на что-то, например, экономическую стабильность и безопасность. И только после этого они вынуждены выслушивать от Венецианской комиссии, что у них законы не те. В разговорах о реформе ООН еще не громко звучит мысль, что на самом деле подлинное международное право и абсолютный суверенитет государства — это антоним. Об этом вскользь упоминал Кофи Аннан, бывший генсек организации, но даже он упоминал это в контексте чего-то экстраординарного, вроде геноцида. А если вас просто лишили политического представительства, или ввели цензуру, или разрушили независимые суды? Ничего страшного. Это суверенное право государства. Если вам не нравится, пытайтесь влиять на органы власти, создавайте партию, избирайтесь в парламент. В чем же ваша проблема? Но если ваш правитель объявил, что о демократии следует забыть, потому что у вашей страны уникальный и особый путь, просто подчиняйтесь. Ему виднее. Суверенитет превыше всего. И даже на моральном уровне людей часто стыдят за то, что они жалуются на свое правительство кому-то за рубежом. В России это особенно популярно. Не выносить ссор из избы. Многие даже ссылаются на цитату Высоцкого, якобы сказанную американскому журналисту. Ее дают в разных вариантах, но смысл такой, мол, у меня есть претензии к властям моей страны, но обсуждать их я буду не с вами. Тут надо сказать, что это манипуляция. Именно такой цитаты в интервью Высоцкого не найдено. Во-вторых, это ограничение просто непонятно чем обосновано. Человек и даже группа людей всегда будет слабее государства. И если само государство не собирается отвечать на их жалобы, должна быть инстанция выше. Точно так же у детей должна быть возможность пожаловаться на родителей, а у сотрудников на работодателя. Понятно, что родителям, работодателям и государствам это невыгодно, но это не значит, что за подобное право не нужно бороться. Кстати, об этом у Высоцкого тоже есть цитата, в подлинности которой нет никаких сомнений.
Если мясо с ножа ты не ел ни куска, если руки сложа наблюдал свысока и в борьбу не вступил с подлецом, с палачом, значит в жизни ты был ни при чем, ни при чем.
Современное российское государство выстроило целый культ вокруг Нюрнбергского трибунала, ведь именно оттуда удобно черпать легитимность. Если Международный суд такого масштаба признал, что мы правы, значит в этом никому нельзя сомневаться и по сей день. Но российские власти как будто упускают важный урок Нюрнберга. Национальное законодательство может сделать законным что угодно, даже концлагеря и Холокост. И важно почувствовать грань, когда законы своей страны не нужно исполнять, и даже больше, когда единственно верный способ противостоять этим законам, чтобы не оказаться там, где оказались прошлые верные исполнители, которые просто выполняли приказы. Когда Китай и Россия в декларации ШОС описывают свой идеальный мир, пункты про суверенитет и адаптацию ООН к современным реалиям стоят рядом. А значит, нужно уважать право туркменского президента запрещать бьюти-процедуры и машины темных цветов. Его право пожизненно руководить страной тоже никак не оспаривается, ведь он победил на выборах, как Лукашенко. Зачем же в этом сомневаться? Такая важная процедура, как признание чьей-то власти законной в международном праве, вообще не оговорена. Кому в Организации Объединенных Наций, например, представлять Афганистан? Плана нет, приходится импровизировать. Сейчас там остается временный, поверенный, назначенный еще прежним правительством, уже после падения Кабула. Но если Талибан будет соблюдать определенные условия, то когда-нибудь это место займут они. Как я говорил раньше, какой из Китаев настоящий в ООН впорили до 1971 года. Ну а страны и вовсе могут поменять свою позицию на ходу. То признаем Хуана Гайдо президентом Венесуэлы, то нет. И тот же самый Лукашенко легко становится признанным, если так захотел Трамп. Плохо говорено и то, в каких территориях признается государство. По сути, это неформальная процедура. Можно сделать заявление, например, признаем Крым российским. Но это не такой уверенный жест, как посещение территории или открытие там консульства. Даже Лукашенко на вопрос о Крыме начинает вот такую вот словесную эквилибристику.
Ну, если надо поехать, поеду. Я человек решительный. Ну, а какая необходимость мне сегодня или вчера было ехать в Крым? Я свою позицию обозначил в самом начале, что де-факто Крым, повторяю просто то, что я сказал в самом начале крымских событий, де-факто Крым российский, де-юра нет. Почему? Потому что юридически эти вопросы односторонне урегулированы, международное так называемое сообщество, что не волнует Россию, я бы, наверное, так поступил, не признает Крым российским. Вот моя позиция.
Азербайджанские дипломаты тоже чуть ли не силой затаскивают иностранных послов посетить Карабах. Казалось бы, что им там делать и с кем разговаривать? Но Азербайджану это надо, чтобы заручиться доказательством. Сфотографировался у Шушенской крепости, значит уважаешь территориальную целостность Азербайджана. Нет, значит не уважаешь. Такие дыры в международном праве, конечно, многим выгодны. Это то, что политики называют гибкостью. Но гибкость рано или поздно приводит к тому, что случилось с нами. И в своей стране есть проблемы, и за рубежом твои права зависят от воли местных политиков. Универсальные правила, казалось бы, нужны. Но чтобы они появились, они должны быть выгодны лидерам государств. Но пока с этим большие проблемы. Никто не хочет сдавать свое неограниченное право карать местное население и вторгаться в соседние страны. И в этом нежелании отказываться от таких эксклюзивных прав, наверное, едины Москва, Вашингтон и Пекин, да и многие другие столицы. Как-то так. Спасибо, что досмотрели это видео до конца. Если вы хотите поддержать выход подобных работ, то можете подписаться на Patreon или Tribute. Там регулярно выходят эксклюзивные ролики для моих жертвователей. Также подписывайтесь на мой телеграм-канал, там я сам пишу все посты, комментирую новости, пишу об истории, а иногда просто дурачусь. Пишите комментарии к видео, я большинство комментариев читаю, на многие отвечаю. Ну и не забывайте подписываться на канал и ставить лайк, если ролик вам понравился. Это поможет распространить его среди других людей. Как-то так.
Okay, so those two I can just also turn off, I guess.
Hey there, crew members, Sylvince here. Thanks to some of my viewers, I've recently discovered this video made by Internet Historian. And honestly, I don't know how I missed it, considering how popular it is. And it's related to the kind of video that I do. Why wasn't it in my recommendations? Come on, YouTube, get it right. Anyways, he made a historical recollection of all the events
2021
that led to the tragedy
video.
of Costa Concordia. In case you didn't know, the Costa Concordia is a cruise ship that sank in 2012 along the coast of Italy. The day it happened, I was still in training as a navigation officer. We almost exclusively talked about this for over a week. This was quite a shocking event for the maritime world, so I thought it would be interesting that I give my input on this. By the way, my purpose is not to actively bash his video, but to give extra information on the whole narration. I'll give a link to the original video down in the description box below, because A, I'll probably interrupt it quite often, and B, I probably won't cover the whole video. Without further ado, let's get to it.
Costa Concordia cost $570 million to build. And you could tell. You could really tell. I remember it like it was just a few years ago. We had left Civitavecchia, a port in Rome, and we were making our way to Savona.
Yeah, already you can see their route involves a lot of coastal navigation, which is a complete different game than when you're sailing on open water. For instance, on the ocean, you just have one heading to follow for days. If you're 200 meters away from your course, it's fine. You don't have to worry about traffic or the depth below you kill, and you just have to update your position on the chart every hour, or even less. It's pretty chill. But during coastal navigation, threats are all around you. Traffic is more intense, you need to keep an eye on the depth below you kill, changes of course happen more often, and you need to update your position on the chart every 15 minutes, by GPS and radar plotting. So yeah, far more challenging.
It was day 2 of our 7-day journey. But that ship, she was cursed.
Oh my god.
When she premiered, the traditional bottle of champagne bounced right off the side instead of smashing. A bad omen.
Yeah, the famous bottle of champagne. An old and silly tradition. Essentially, before the first departure of the ship, there's a ceremony and someone has to break a bottle of champagne on the hull of the ship. I mean, why don't they just drink it instead? And if it doesn't break, oh, it's bad luck. The superstition is so strong that nowadays they craft bottle with thin glass to be sure it breaks. But I guess in this case, still wasn't enough to break the curse. Moving on.
But I'm not the superstitious type. Nothing could go wrong on Friday the 13th of January 2012, on the 100th year anniversary of the Titanic, on a ship that's also only safety rated for 2-compartment flooding, especially not when you have a 5-star max level captain like Francisco Scatino.
a man who mysteriously rose from head of security to the position of captain within just a couple of years.
Whoa. Hold on. I'll have to do some research.
A few moments later.
Okay, he's not wrong, but there's a few things to clarify. So, in the case of this captain, yes, he started working for the company in the security department. But before that, he used to work as a navigation officer on ferries. Now, why is it important? Because you can't promote a random person as captain out of the blue. That's actually illegal. There are prerequisites. First off, you need to do a certified marine training of 4 years, which will give you your watchkeeping certificates. Then, the next step is to obtain your chief mate ticket. For that, you need to do at least 6 months as an officer of the watch, while the ship is sailing. Very important detail. Then, there's a few extra classes to take, and an exam. And if you pass all that, you have the right to work as a chief officer. And finally, to obtain your master's certificate, it takes about an extra 2 years of sailing, depending on some conditions, and extra classes, and an exam. And if you pass all that, then you have the right to assume the position of captain. So I'm guessing he did all that while working on the ferry. As for starting to work for the company as a security officer, well, it's not common, but it's not unheard of either. From my personal experience, I did work with sailors and helmsmen who actually had their watchkeeping certificate in hand, but there were no jobs available as officers at that time. So they just took another post and patiently waited for a job opportunity to open. It's just a way to have a foot in the door when the opportunity arises. Also, according to Wikipedia, he didn't jump straight from chief of security to captain right away. He actually was the second in command and then became the captain. Small detail. It's no big deal.
He knows exactly what to do in case of an emergency. For example, when he caused this emergency in 2008, when he crashed into a port in Sicily.
Okay. To be fair, have met few captains that have never hit the harbor while attempting to dock. Have even seen a pilot do it once, a few meters away from our ship. Sometimes not even their fault, just a matter of circumstances. Especially when the weather conditions are severely stacked against them. Now here, the damages are quite significant, which tells me he was definitely approaching too fast. But I wouldn't necessarily see that as a red flag. And look, I'm not defending him. He's a terrible captain, as we're about to see.
And in 2010, in Warnemünde, Germany, when he was steering a different ship and came into port too fast and caused another collision.
Is that? Oh, okay, that's not the actual footage. Whew. Thank God, because there's no way he would have been able to keep his certificates.
I've got a good feeling about this. So let's set the scene. It's a beautiful evening. People are having fun on the slides, drinks at the bar. Antonio Magnotta is playing piano at the restaurant. Martin the Magician is setting up for his show. And the ship is setting up for a little detour. It's called a sail-by salute. Basically, you get real close to the shore and honk the horn. The locals hate it, but the customers love it. And
it's not just the locals who hate it. Technically illegal. The International Collision Regulations regroup the various whistle signals that ships have to display in certain situations, like if you're anchored or if you're sailing in a fog bank. And it clearly states that you cannot just blast your whistle randomly. That just creates confusion for other vessels around. The only exception is when you are in a distress situation, which is obviously not the case here.
it's a tradition. Scatino, the captain, comes into the dining hall with a lady, Dominica Samorton. Remember this face, because you'll be seeing a lot of it later. Scatino eats his dinner with her, and socializes for a little while. Then, he, Dominica, and the maitre d' finish up and excuse themselves. They're heading to the bridge. It's time for that sail-by salute.
Okay, a little note on that. Obviously, having a mistress is bad. But more importantly, when you're sailing, you're supposed to keep the person on the bridge to a minimum. Now, in my experience, I unfortunately did work with a captain who was often accompanied by a young woman when he was present on the bridge. That always created awkward moments. But it's not like we could lecture the captain.
This time, they're going to get closer than ever. Just 1,500 feet from the island of Giglio. And how are they going to determine this distance?
Way too close.
Well, of course, the captain is going to eyeball it. Apparently, it's not an uncommon thing to do.
Yeah, I've worked with a few captains who said like that. It's not good practice. At a certain point, they have done the same passage plan so many times that they kind of know it by heart. So they will use landmarks instead of navigation instruments to determine where the next change of course is. But again, I'm not a huge fan.
Scatino turns to the fella steering, his helmsman, Jacob Ruslibin. First interesting tidbit. Costa Crociere has hired Jacob from Indonesia at a rock-bottom price, and he's a bit of a newbie to the job. In fact, his profession hitherto, a painter and a cleaner. It's his first time steering a massive ship, and he's very excited. At least, we think he is. It's hard to tell because he doesn't speak English or Italian very well at all. Off to a good start.
Yeah, an issue more and more common nowadays. Some marine companies want to hire their personnel dirt cheap, and that creates crews coming from various nationalities, which creates language barrier among the crew. I actually had a case in my career where two ships owned by the same company got into a collision with one another because they could not communicate. According from Safety for Sea, communication deficits account for up to 35% of ships' accidents.
The second in command orders the helmsman to 290. Now, don't be confused by these numbers, they're just the degrees on a compass. At the same time, the captain whips out his cell phone and calls former captain Mario Palombo, who lives on the island. They chat about the safe distance to Giglio's shores. It's all very casual. Anyway, Mario says that the safe distance is between 0.3 and 0.4 miles from shore. The captain is going all in. This is not his first sail by salute, so he's confident in what he's doing. We're going closer than we've ever been before. The captain's eyeballing it again. New heading of 300, he tells the helmsman. Downstairs, Martin is about to cut his assistant in half. And of course, that means that there's already a lady inside this box. She's waiting for the cue, and then she'll poke her legs out. The captain is giving more orders. Pulling gently to 310. Increase speed to 16 knots.
16 knots? That close to shore? That's crazy. The sixth rule of the International Collision Regulations covers the safe speed you're supposed to maintain, and do mention that you're expected to slow down when you're near the proximity of a navigational hazards. It's placed right at the beginning of the book. It's for a freaking reason.
Going this fast is going to be a fatal error. But before we talk about that, let's talk about another big problem. Language barrier. Because at this point, the captain says 325, but the helmsman relays 315. So the first officer intervenes, and he goes, no, 335, which is also wrong. And then the captain clarifies, no, 325.
Okay, obviously the situation is already getting messy, but the first officer should not have intervened in this situation. I know he had good intentions, but when you're on the bridge, if you don't have the watch, don't get involved in the wheel orders. That should stay between the officer of the watch and the helmsman. If you have a doubt, you can whisper to the captain, "Hey, I think the helmsman misunderstood your order, sir." But don't try to correct the situation yourself, because then you would break the chain of command. It just creates unnecessary confusion. And the other way around is also true. Let's suppose that I'm the officer of the watch, and the captain comes up the bridge and starts giving order to the helmsman. The helmsman is not even supposed to listen to him. Not until the captain officially tells me that he's taking the con, and then I relay to the helmsman that the captain has the con, and he should listen to him from now on.
The helmsman confirms 325. Their poor communication has them moving at a much wider angle than they think they are. However, the captain should and would know this, except for the next problem: complacency about procedure. The standard procedure of a ship this large is for the third officer to give exact positional coordinates every time the captain gives a new directional order.
Also true, it's required to update your position on the chart after every major change of course.
But they're not doing that. 330, he says. The helmsman relays 330. The ship reaches 16 knots. The captain then turns to the second officer and instructs him to go to the left wing. That's these things here, and they basically exist so you can get a better view over the whole vessel. A few seconds pass, and then the mood starts to turn. Scatino notices white foam of waves breaking against the rocks directly in front of him in the distance. The Costa Concordia, right now, is almost 700 meters closer to the rocks than it should be. Without deviation, there is going to be a direct collision.
See? You would have known right away if you actually used parallel indexes. It's a technique used when we do coastal navigation. Essentially, a parallel index is a virtual line on your radar screen that is parallel to the ship's course, but offset to a side by a safe distance. For example, let's say I'm heading north, and I want to stay at least 0.5 miles away from the coast on my starboard side. Then what I will do is create a virtual line on my radar, pointing the same way as my heading, so north, and place it 0.5 miles to my right. And as I sail, if I see land passing my parallel index, I know that I'm too close to shore and must adjust my course. And if the captain had used that, he would have known right away he was too close to the island. Not very professional.
Oh, shit! Scatino immediately commands the ship to start turning away. 335. Not enough. The captain shouts, 340. The captain yells, 350. Now, remember how I said that accelerating to 16 knots was a fatal error? Well, that's because it's made this ship incapable of such a drastic turn. What they've got is understeer. Here's an example.
The front end is not working. You're turning, and you're just going straight. You want to go over here, but you're going.
Yeah, because it kept its potential energy, and the water doesn't have enough friction to stop it. That's why it's important to keep a safe speed.
End up over here.
So despite the order of 350, right now the bow is still only pointing at 327. Not nearly enough to miss the rock. And oh no, it's about to get worse. That language barrier again. In these critical moments where every second counts, the helmsman wrongly relays 340. The captain snaps back, 350 starboard or we end up on the rocks. The third officer goes to assist the helmsman. Now, don't get confused by the orders from here. We're changing over to rudder instructions.
Okay.
The captain yells, starboard 10, starboard 20, and still it's not enough. Hard to starboard. That means as hard as it'll go. But at this point, even if they clear these rocks, they need to get the rest of the ship to swing around it. So the captain yells, midship, which centers the rudder. The bow is now less than 150 meters from Skull Rock. Port 10. But the helmsman only gets to port 5 before another order is given 2 seconds later. Port 20. They might just avoid disaster here, maybe. But then, oh no. One more time, the helmsman cocks up at the worst possible moment. The helmsman goes to starboard instead of port, undoing the swing.
A common mistake that new helmsmen do once in a while. During a busy watch, a helmsman can potentially receive 100 commands. And among all those maneuvers, they might eventually turn the wheel to the wrong side. There is actually a rudder indicator right above his head. As the officer of the watch, once you give a wheel order, you're supposed to look at the indicator to make sure your helmsman turns the wheel in the right way. As for the captain, you could tell he wasn't in control of the situation. His orders were all over the place. 290, 295, port 10, port 20. These are what we call macro changes. And on a ship that big, the more macro changes you make, the less effective your maneuvers are.
8 seconds later, he realizes the error and corrects, but it's too late. He has just turned a probable near miss into a sure hit. All they can do now is hold on as the bow of the ship narrowly passes by the rocks. Hard to port! The second officer yells, "We're gonna hit!" Collision.
Yeah, usually the ones who get the worst injuries are the engineers, because they usually do manual work inside narrow places, and they have no heads up of what's about to come, until all of a sudden, bang! By the way, I just want to say that this is an excellent recollection of the whole event, very well presented.
Yeah?
Internet historian, I hope you're watching. I just want to say that you've done an amazing job.
The ship hits rocks on the port side. A 53-meter gash opens up in the hull, and thousands of tons of water begin pouring in. A loud scraping and bang is heard by all passengers. At the helm is panic, rumblings in the dining room.
Martin awkwardly pauses his act as he's helping his assistant into the box. Meanwhile, the lady inside is trapped and terrified. There's confusion across the ship. All of the crew off shift come back on duty. All officers run to the bridge. Technical crews run down to the lower decks to assess damage. On connection with the rocks, they lose propulsion and slow to 8.3 knots. And they are now adrift. Close the watertight doors at stern. Enormous volumes of water are pouring in. So much so that within 29 seconds of collision, all 6 engines stop working through flooding. 22 seconds later, a blackout happens. Lights, electrics, water pumps too, everything. The captain orders the helmsman hard starboard. This is the final position of the rudder before power to that too is lost. The Costa Concordia, now without power, is drifting starboard, plunged into absolute darkness.
The auxiliary batteries and emergency generators should have automatically been activated.
A quick breakdown of the flooding. When the Concordia struck land, it tore open 3 watertight compartments. At first, compartment 5, which filled very rapidly. Then 6 more slowly, 4 shortly after. Then 7, 8, and 3. Modern ships are built to withstand 2 compartment breaches. These compartments especially, though, are a problem.
Yeah, when you have a flood, you just pray to God you can contain it before it floods the engine room. A few flooded compartments are manageable, but without your engines, this is a critical situation. Unfortunately for them, the compartment hit was actually the engine room. So there's not much they could have actually done at this point.
Because they contain the engines and the electrics. These main generators give power to the whole ship. From propulsion motors to rudder to hotel functions, pretty much everything. When they went out, the ship was a functionless, sinking cage. A few seconds later, the emergency batteries for internal lighting and communication...
Okay, here they are. Forget my previous comment. It's all fine.
When the lights come back on, Martin has vanished. He's ditched the stage. And it caused a huge panic in the theatre, as passengers are trying to flee to their cabins and to muster stations. People already in their cabins come out and start putting on life vests. Staff rally and try to calm everyone down. Everything is fine. There's no need for vests. Please return to your cabins. The emergency generator starts. All of the watertight doors close except for door 12, which is jammed.
The law actually requires us to inspect those watertight doors every week. We close them all remotely and then do a round to make sure they're properly shut. But somehow, when you need them the most, they still malfunction. Classic.
The captain calls Pilot, the chief engineer, as the ship begins to list on the port side. There's water coming in? Yes, there's water. But where? The engine room. But a lot of water? Yes! There's water, you can't go down. Let's go down the other side. In a moment we'll start the pumps, I'll let you know. In the theatre, the whole magic box apparatus slides right off the stage and falls into the crowd, further increasing panic. On the bridge, an announcement is being prepared. They are going to lie to prevent a panic. Let's just say we have a blackout.
Terrible idea. Lying to your crew during an emergency situation situation is so responsible. Sure, you may contain the panic for a little while, but when the truth comes out, that is when you've officially lost control of the situation. Nobody's gonna listen to you anymore. It's going to be pure chaos, as you're about to see.
The Deputy Chief Engineer enters the engine control room. He confirms to the bridge that at least compartments 5, 6, and 7 are flooded. Announcements are made.
On behalf of the captain, to inform you that due to an electrical fault, which is currently under control, we're currently in a blackout. Our technicians are working to resolve the situation, and we'll inform you of developments as they occur. Thank you for your attention.
Coincidentally, at the same time in the restaurant, they're playing My Heart Will Go On, and it's very much not helping the situation.
I'm actually surprised that the music system is actually connected to the emergency power system. When the emergency generator kicks in, the system is only supposed to provide powers to the essential components, like the lights or the navigation instruments. But then again, my last ship had the coffee machine supported by the emergency power system, so I guess we're not that better.
The captain calls the Costa Crisis Unit, Roberto Ferrarini. He tells the crisis unit that they've hit a rock, that they're assessing damages, and that they are also in a blackout. The crisis office says to reverse the ship up onto shore. Well, how are you going to do that? You don't have power to the rudder, let alone the engine. You know, hoist the sails? Anyway, around this time, the wind direction creates a starboard list, and the ship begins to turn anyway, drifting right back towards the shore, which is a very good thing because you want the ship to end up as close to shore as possible.
Yeah, they got really lucky on that one. When a ship in distress is drifting away from the coast, it makes the search and rescue mission so much harder.
A panicked passenger senses that something is off. This isn't like any electrical problem that she's ever seen. Plus, there was a massive crashing noise and now the ship is tilting. So, she contacts her daughter in Italy. The daughter then calls the police, and the police call the harbour master. While that goes on, a conversation between Pilon and Ambrosio. The diesel is not starting. The captain asks the engine room, but where have we made contact? Thinking that the incoming water can be reduced. Captain, here everything is lost. The electrical panel, everything. They're saying at this point that the ship is going down. The captain calls Roberto Ferrarini again. Actually, 2 compartments have been flooded, but don't worry, the ship's stability isn't in danger. Wrong. Passengers begin going to muster stations on their own initiative. The cruise director says, "We have a lot of people at muster stations that I do not want to fall overboard. Do we make an announcement to tell them to go to the lounges?"
Yeah.
Bozio says, "I think that's best." The harbour master from Livorno calls the ship. The captain tells them that we just have a blackout. How long has this blackout been going on? About 20 minutes. Have you asked passengers to put on life vests? It's just a blackout. I gotta go.
Lying to the Coast Guard about the situation is so irresponsible.
The harbour master is suspicious. He says to his superiors that he thinks something more is going on. He calls a patrol boat to the area and asks them to look at the ship. Another problem. The fan on the emergency diesel generator isn't working properly. Pilon manually has to turn the thing on and off with a screwdriver so that it doesn't overheat and cause a fire. The captain is on the phone to the lower decks, asking pointless questions, like, is it still flooded? Yes. Yes, it is. The captain is essentially in denial of the situation.
Like the engineers don't have enough to manage, they also have to deal with the captain. Unbelievable.
The harbour master calls again. Finally, he says, the ship is taking on water through an opening on the left side and the ship is listing. He qualifies with, no one dead or injured. The harbour master asks if he needs help. Just a tugboat? When in reality, they need a full rescue.
Yeah. Asking for a towboat makes no sense at all. You can't tow a ship that is sinking. But like he said, the captain is in denial of the situation.
With 3 compartments flooded, the captain finally realizes that things are really bad, and they are not going to improve. The Coast Guard orders every available ship to the scene. Meanwhile, up with the passengers, the cruise director's assistant says, everything's under control. Please return to your cabins or hang about in the lounges, no problem. She said this despite knowing it was wrong and that it further endangered lives. Most passengers at this point, though, aren't listening to this nonsense, and they're busy figuring out how to abandon ship.
Terrible. When the passengers have to coordinate the evacuation among themselves, you know the chain of command has really failed.
Bing, 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 bong. Local television has already picked up the story and they begin broadcasting live radio feed from the bridge.
Capo.
Captain, the passengers are going on board the boats. Okay, let them go to shore. So then general emergency? Wait, let me talk to Ferrarini. We risk the emergency generators that do not have cooling. It has cooling problems, 100 degrees. The cooling fan has stopped.
Yeah, when you lose your emergency generator, then your ship truly becomes just a floating shell.
Pilon calls the bridge and tells the safety officer they need to evacuate. The safety officer relays this to the captain, but after no response, he orders the engine room to evacuate on his own.
Finally.
The captain says, "No, stay. We're leaving." So what do? General emergency? The captain tells Ferrarini that he's abandoning ship. Abandoned ship. Another announcement is made.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. The situation is under control. Please remain calm. But at this time, proceed to your muster station. They're located outside on deck 4.
The Livorno Coast Guard calls again. The captain declares distress. The Coast Guard officially calls for rescue operations. They contact Pietro Millet, the helicopter base commander, who then calls in every available pilot as he rushes down to the helicopter base. Pilon shuts down the emergency generator for the final time. The first rescue vessel arrives. By this point, the lifeboats are already going. Luckily, the ship is very close to shore. Oh, perhaps too close to shore. The ship forcefully runs aground, creating an uneven center of gravity, and it begins heavily listing starboard. The captain issues a general emergency on board. The announcement to abandon ship is finally called and alarms ring out.
Way too late. Way too late.
And with that comes panic. And now that they're listing, with many of the lifeboats too awkwardly positioned to enter the water, there aren't enough readily available and they have to start going back and forth to the shore, picking people up and dropping them off.
Yeah, Davids are designed to deploy the lifeboat in the water, even if the ship is listing. That having been said, when the ship is that listed, it adds a lot more stress on the device, which makes the deployment far from being smooth.
The patrol boats report to the Livorno Harbour Master that the ship has run aground and is listing heavily. So the Harbour Master asks the captain about it, and the captain says, no, the ship is still floating. In fact, we're trying to maneuver it onto the shore. They know he's lying.
Hold on, I'm reversing it. Beep, 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 beep.
The captain then says to bottom out the starboard anchor. So they drop out the anchors, but let out too much chain, effectively rendering them useless.
Can they do anything right?
The deputy mayor of Giglio, Mario Pellegrini, and tobacco shop owner Giovanni Rossi arrive at the harbour. They watch the scene unfold. As the first of the lifeboats arrive on shore, the deputy mayor takes the initiative and races to board one of the lifeboats, returning to the ship, and starts trying to find someone in charge. He gives up and starts helping passengers.
In case you ever wondered if the saying, the captain always goes down with the ship, is true, yes, it is. The captain has the legal responsibility to be the last person to leave the ship. Until every other passenger is safely evacuated, the captain is supposed to stay on the bridge and coordinate the evacuation. So having an empty bridge while some passengers are still on board is an absolute disgrace. Oh, speaking of legal responsibilities, whenever you have a serious incident, you have 3 priorities to follow. Number 1, save the lives of your crew members. Number 2, save your ship. Number 3, protect the environment. Now, in the Costa Concordia case, the ship was still floating, or at least it was in a stable position, but 30 people still died. That's why it was such a... at least it was in a stable position, but 30 people still died. That's why it was such a serious case in court.
Scatino tells everyone to leave and take radios, but not before changing out of his uniform and into a nice suit. Priorities. Dimitri Christidis and Silvia Coronica leave with him. The maitre d' and Sir Morton both get out of there. By this point, approximately 300 people are still on the ship. Millet reaches the helicopter base. The first helicopter, a slow-moving Augusta Bell, was already rising from the tarmac for the hour-long flight south. Bozio is the last crew member left on the bridge, coordinating evacuation. He then leaves to help passengers board lifeboats. The bridge is now abandoned. And then, the ship's black box stops working. Apparently there were technical problems with it. That means, from here, things are going to get a little foggy in detail.
A while later, rescue helicopters arrive, but they're struggling to find the ship because they're expecting it to still be well above water. Passengers are scaling down the port side by ladder as lifeboats return to pick them up.
This is no joke. Oh my goodness. It was no joke, mi amor. Yes.
He's not allowed to make a film movie.
I'm allowed.
Who say you are?
A second helicopter, a faster model, sets off. The ship stops healing and comes to a final resting place. Now the Coast Guard calls the captain.
I just want to point out that the Coast Guard officer you see there did an amazing job. I actually studied the way he handled search and rescue, and he was extremely professional and efficient. From an ex-Coast Guard officer, I can say that he is an example to follow. Same goes for the rest of the Italian Coast Guard. They did an amazing job and saved many lives, despite the anarchy caused by the captain. Okay, so the rest of the video mostly covers the aftermath of this tragedy, including the judicial trials. So I'll stop there.
At the foundational layer of fighting games is the mind game. The perspective and ideas that you and your opponent engage with are the element that concepts of strategy, knowledge, gimmicks, and every other possible avenue of human thought rest upon. Though you're still bound by the world of code, whether you play with reactions that outspeed your opponent or an intricate understanding of the limited possibility space, at the end of the day, fighting games are those that exist within a distinct layer of humanity. But what if your opponent wasn't human? What if your opponent wasn't faster than you, smarter than you? Hell, they never had a mind to begin with. I want to tell you a story. It's not a very long story, it's not very complicated. In fact, it's a story that's only really a single number. In April of 2024, if you were playing Tekken 8, there was a slim chance you would have run into a very, very unique player. Not a man, not even really a machine. A lone command, repeated for hours and hours and hours on end. One which challenged the very nature of the mind game. It's April 4th, 2024. Tekken 8 has been out for about 3 months and a dangerous day is coming. DLC Day. Tekken 7 had a bit of an issue. They just kept releasing characters that were absurd in the established framework. Geese bordered on ridiculous at launch in 2017. Leroy was infamously broken and almost entirely shut out the competitive meta in his initial 2019 launch. Fakamram, while maybe a little less notorious than Leroy, to Tekken players was the most detrimental event to society in 2020. A history of errors made the community somewhat anxious as DLC Day drew closer. The next character was also Eddie, a returning fan favorite that might incentivize the dev team to push the power sliders forward. If not for profit, then to satisfy the power fantasy of being 7 years old playing Tekken 3. Bracing for impact, ready for disaster, Eddie released and was fine. The character didn't have a meteoric impact and, quite frankly, felt more like filling in a gap that should have already been there.
But I just think right now he's like mid. I wouldn't put him like super top tier or anything.
Ever since Tekken 3, Eddie had been in the base roster for every single game. He was the same old character, a mash-friendly, handstand-happy guy. The same base with a couple of new additions, none of which fundamentally changed the fact that he was beginner-friendly in ways that almost actively encouraged the stupid. There's an old GameFAQs guide for the character from 1997 that opens, first of all, think of button mashing as an art form. Eddie's many different stances that flow into and out of one another had, and still has him, move in a way that can be somewhat unpredictable to the uninformed player. He didn't require much knowledge of why pressing 3 and 4 worked, which made him perfect for people who didn't know that Tekken went beyond beginner and didn't care to know. As is the case with people who take playing toys seriously, however, this couldn't be relied on against someone who would study the game and explore its many layers. Just because he's able to do a lot of things without thinking doesn't mean that any of those things are particularly good, the way that it should be, the way that it always was, and thankfully for the player base, the way that it would be now. With release day out of the way, the community churned in usual fashion. My character sucks, your character is broken, the whole game sucks. Standard discussion for someone who was about to put 1,000 more hours into the game. The only thing that people were looking forward to now was EVO Japan, starting on the 27th. It wasn't the first major since the game started, but it was one to look forward to. All eyes on Asia as the region was ready to show off the best of their best. EVO Japan also just so happens to have some of the most infamous stories within the game come out of it. So to take eyes away from it would take something very odd. Somewhere in the dark cold of Europe, an unknown Tekken player was working on a small script. 13 lines of Python. It wasn't aware of what it does. It doesn't even know the world that it's going to be put inside. It just is. An endless loop of off and on. One that would turn a stereotype into reality. I made a Tekken bot that only presses 3. The user who'd become known as Jim Mashima posted to the Tekken subreddit with a Twitch stream, a fresh Tekken account, and as the title promised, a bot that only pressed 3, playing as Eddie. Going from the bottom rank of the game, it was a machine that could do a repeated attack sequence over and over at an infinite rate. Tekken's input system has the buttons labeled 1 through 4, with 3 being reserved for attacks that mainly use the left leg. Crucially though, it's also the button that confirms options on the menu, allowing a bot that only pressed 3 to both attack and navigate menus in an infinite cycle. Every match would be accepted, every match would request a rematch, and if the opponent left, every match would return the bot back to the matchmaking queue. The bot wasn't aware of what stage of either match or queue it was in. It would press 3 every 6 frames and then let go for 6 frames, and repeat over and over. With a stream up, everyone was able to view its progress. However, being on the same weekend as EVO, very few people will watch it. Almost instantly, the stream caught on like wildfire. The first 30 minutes, 3 viewers. An hour, 5. 2 hours, 120. A part of that popularity came from the fact that it was a novelty. Almost all Tekken streams are people playing Tekken, being content creators. So to find a machine was an odd novelty to check out. The man behind the machine was also entirely silent. Excluding a few Reddit comments, Jim almost never commented on what or why anything was being done. This elusive creator on a silent stream wouldn't have caught on if it wasn't for the fact that the bot was kind of doing well. The Tekken 8 rank system isn't too dissimilar to a lot of other fighting games, but is a little bit odd in how it works. While your account is ranked with a hard number, there's several ranks through which the points gained or lost from each win are calculated. Throughout the first 9 ranks, it's impossible to lose any points gained, so you naturally climbed so long as you play enough. At this point, the pool of players ranges from Tekken Prodigy who's playing Lily to guy whose main goal with Kazuya is to make him serve and slay, a range of skill levels that makes any of the results impossible to judge as performance. After rank 10, Warrior, is when you start to lose points. You might expect a bot that does the same thing over and over again to languish in this territory for a while. However, it had only been there for a couple of hours before it got to Warrior. Now, it was a case of watching how far it could climb with actual consequences. And it was absolutely climbing. Watching from the sidelines, Jim was in the same position as the viewer, taken aback by the performance and equally shocked that there were viewers at all. As a scrappy little script, it wasn't exactly primed for the kind of viewership that it garnered. Arslan Ash, genuinely inspirational talent and, at the time, debatably the best player in the world, 450 viewers. A bot in Europe that was 10 hours old, 1.6k. Already early, the chat had developed its own memes and culture, ASCII art, for a stream that comes to a grinding halt if the opponent declines a rematch too quickly, which it did. A bunch of little scenarios in which the bot would break, specifically in menus, had Jim unable to leave the house for any extended period of time. He added a couple of extra lines of script to have the bot tap down every 3 minutes to fix the rematch issue specifically, but there was still edge cases that it would get snagged on. As the bot churned through players in Europe, it just continued to grow and grow in popularity, especially in America and Europe where the stream time for EVO meant catching almost none of the event. The dominant reaction to the stream as it pushed past ranks could be summarized as, "My god, what's going on?" and "How is this working?" which is a good question to ask. In this loop, Eddie transitions between three stances: standing, handstand, and relax stance, repeating in that sequence. It starts with a decently fast mid-mid, into a pretty slow mid-high-high string, into a relatively fast low-high. Any attacks that count as high can be ducked, making this middle portion of the sequence particularly weak. And at the end of every transition, Eddie is at enough disadvantage to be counterattacked. In a practical sense, this looping transition has a ton of weaknesses, especially if you consider that the sequence in relaxed stance can be blocked low, while the last hit of handstand has to be ducked, giving the player the opportunity to find the same solution to multiple different problems within the same sequence. The issue, however, is that while this is very simple if you know the situation prior, in the moment all of this information isn't particularly clear. For example, while the last hit of every transition leaves Eddie wide open, the second and third hit of handstand almost looks like you have enough time to get an attack in, when in reality you don't. A trap that a couple of players fell into themselves. If you get hit by the final hit of handstand, it also looks like you're going to be knocked down. However, you're in a crumple state where you're technically still standing, so while you might expect to be able to roll or simply stay on the ground to take reduced damage and get out of the next interaction, you're forced to block low. You can attack Eddie at the end of every transition. However, the moves that follow each transition put him very low to the ground, so fast, high options that are generally your best panic moves won't connect, and very occasionally, even mids. The range on these attacks were also deceptive. Unlike the majority of other moves in Tekken 8, advanced the player quite a lot, which occasionally made judging his range difficult. The expectation from viewers was that after a certain point, the bot would hit a wall. At a certain level, players are able to adapt on the fly to what is a repeated 3-point problem that's so simple it can't even navigate menus. However, rank after rank, it was still working. The bewildering success kept the stream enticing. Some people checking on it every once in a while to see the progress, some people stuck to the stream to point and laugh until it was their turn on stream, and some just clip farming. In the first day, a clip on Twitter had gained 1.1 million views, and in the sea of successful clips, that was just one in the school of Cloutfish. The subreddit, Twitter, the main man Swee, all ablaze with Eddie in the face of one of the largest fighting game tournaments of the year. The result was a cycle. The bot would hit a perfect or a new win streak, a clip would get shared around, which would bring more people into the stream ready to capture and share the next moment. Jim, during all of this, was largely silent but surprisingly present, waiting for the next weird and unexpected way that the menu could break the bot, at which point he'd have to manually retake control. For the viewers, this became a vehicle. The creator, as an unknown, silent voice, allowed the viewers to impart their own purpose onto the stream, to confirm or deny the biases of their own paranoia. As the stream grew, those perspectives kaleidoscoped, emerging as an endless fractal of speculation. Many believed that Jim set up the bot as protest. While Eddie had always had the reputation as a button masher, this new 3-string was exclusive to Tekken 8, a clear overreach in the mind of the viewer between stereotype and reality. The bot was proof that Eddie had been turned into a bastardization of himself, and that, though the pros couldn't see it, his release was meteoric. The boundless wisdom coming from this combination Tekken Redditor wondered if it might be a conspiracy of game director Michael Murray's vision. Others took it further. The bot wasn't supposed to be a comment on Eddie specifically, but Tekken 8 as a whole, aggressively accommodating, designed for new players that hadn't earned the skills to win, something so gormless even a machine could outperform a real person. There's an irony there that was lost on them, which some viewers saw as being the truth, is that if the game is so incredibly approachable that a bot could play it, the myth of Tekken being a hard game simply wasn't true, and that any human could easily pick up the game and do well. Both camps on this side of the fence would use the stream as confirmation, however both could be argued by the bot at the same time. Evasive properties in the strings, along with a game that isn't always the most clear about what is possible, had players need to understand the defensive systems and also understand a visual language that's at times opaque. For example, the ducks in the second part of the sequence, while obvious when viewed with an overlay to tell you the move property, could be mistaken without an overlay for an ambiguous mid. Ducking is only obviously correct if you can already guarantee the move is high, in a situation you might have never seen before. While at Warrior, Vanquisher, and even Garyu a player typically has a combo or two down, training offense is much easier than training defense. If Eddie isn't a character that you've played as or against very often, there's not a lot of opportunity to know the defensive patterns that allow you to blow through the opponent. Even if you have, there's still a chance that this is a string either you or the person that you've played against just never used. What resulted was a wave of newer players who were getting thrown into a defensive chump check. They could still use the combos that they had learned, however they had to understand how to get there, which many didn't. At the same time, if these are the kinds of tools that are in the game, anyone can pick up characters without having to put much time into them at all. Divisive wasn't exactly a word that would come to the stream though. They were mostly backgrounds that people brought to the chat while typing a collection of the same copypastas. What it would inform is whether the viewer was for or against the bot. Those who saw the bot as an opportunity for the player to learn, to act as a test that the human was put through, would typically root for the player, unless of course the wizard appeared. If the viewer saw the bot as the epitome of everything wrong with the game, they typically cheered for the bot, seeing every success as further proof of their conviction that Tekken 8, unlike Tekken 7, a perfect game, was a cleverly disguised casino, with the jackpot being Harada's finger. And what's more fun than watching a slot machine? On day 1, 20,000 unique viewers. Day 2, 48,000. Day 4, 74,000. Initially, that viewership stayed somewhat contained within the Tekken sphere that is Twitter. Past EVO though, what does a gaming publication discuss midway through the week? EVO Japan was somewhat uneventful. Without a major storyline to follow up on, blow-ups, controversies, it was just another tournament. Writing about game updates are only relevant to an extremely small amount of active players, which doesn't bring in new readers. What about a novel and unique application of a game that's immediately understandable? Now that's an article. Rock Paper Shotgun, IGN, GameRant, they all brought in a new influx of viewers as the bot settled into a routine, with occasional developments on the side. A copycat had been made, except it was with Victor who would repeat their 2-string, and another Eddie bot, Eddie Smurfy, was made in the United States. After the 5th day, however, even with new articles coming out, the stream had stopped growing. Watching a machine run the same loop over and over is hard to watch once the novelty wears off, even if you believe it proves something about the game at a fundamental level. What didn't help is that the bot had found themselves stuck around Destroyer without showing much progress. A bot that's able to churn through thousands of players without sleep would end up going through thousands and thousands of games, and after a week it ended up running out of players who weren't familiar with this particular gimmick. Towards the end, it was suspected that only 1 of every 3 games was someone genuinely playing. People were specifically ranking down to either prove that they could beat a bot on stream or deliberately throwing the match in an attempt to get the bot to a higher rank. Not that many people had to, as proven by a match early on in the saga. This is like almost approaching the top rank. Poll players, please educate your man. On top of that, even in genuine matches, there was news that the bot had gotten around and developed resources specifically against the bot. The bot, in becoming infamous, had also exposed the Tekken player base to its trick. Eventually, the human player learns, passes the test, so that they can return to the mind game. May the 1st had peak average viewers, May the 2nd had viewership drop by a quarter, and on May the 3rd, averaging less than 1,000 viewers, just as quickly as he showed up, Jim Mashima was powered down. All that was left was a question. Who was Jim Mashima? On April 27th, Jim Mashima was at his computer and thinking of ways to entertain himself. He was, in fact, bored. Thanks to the Norwegian national holiday known only as Saturday, he had the day off of work and was browsing YouTube until he came across a little video. Tekken content creator Main Man Sui had his roundup and thoughts on Eddie, generally happy with him but uninterested in playing him personally, and towards the end of the video, he shows off this.
If you press the free button over and over, it'll do a sequence that, I shit you not, involves string into handstand string into relax into hell sweep.
Jim's first thought, like any good professional programmer, that can be automated. 5 minutes later, he had a bot, had purchased a whole new Tekken 8 copy on a different Steam account to not tank his already established rank, and had a test. It worked. Actually, it worked a little better than he was expecting. Not in terms of winning, according to Jim, not his real name by the way, it actually lost the first test game. However, the fact that it was able to navigate the menu was an act of cosmic coincidence. Since his involvement with the bot was so hands-off, he had become a viewer within his own making. He'd liked watching Salty Bet years ago, an online infinite matchmaking between machines playing a game called Mugen, and considered what he was looking at to be somewhat similar. So, he might as well share it. He set up Twitch and a quick overlay to really drive home the stupidity of it all, and hey presto, he had a stream. Initially he'd thought it would be a fun little gimmick to run for a couple of hours, a thing for him and his mates as he completely forgot about EVO that weekend. Something to run for a day's tops, maybe 2, but as the stream garnered a little bit of attention, he thought he'd keep it up for a couple more hours, maybe another day, and then the next day came, with a new influx of viewers, and again, and again, and again. The only reason Jim Mashima went down wasn't because of threat of being banned from the game, though it did technically break the EULA. It was just because the bot had run its course. Better to go out high enough to be remembered fondly as a bot that dominated orange ranks for a few days than a joke that just wouldn't stop. That said, for all of its memory, the reputation that it had developed  was absolutely prone to bias. It ran for a week, and between wall-to-wall clips of triple perfects was a much different reality. Playing roughly 4,000 matches, it only managed to win around 33% of the games. Again, a cosmically stupid coincidence. The rank it settled into was Destroyer, however managed to peak at Eliminator, just below the community expectation, and perhaps registering where real Tekken started. Its American counterpart, the Imitator, who was late to the party, did end up getting that red rank, perhaps proving that America truly is the land of the free. For all the speculation as to why Jim Mashima made the bot, it turned out to be quite simple, and perhaps ironically, human. It wasn't for protest, or to prove anything. In his own words, I just wanted to see what would happen. I just wanted to make something fun.
Howdy gamers, thanks for watching, thank you to the patrons for making sure that I can eat food, and thank you to Jim Mashima. He was kind enough to have like a conversation with me, fill in some of the blanks and provide me a lot of statistics. He didn't want anything plugged, but he did say, just don't out me as a player quite yet. I don't know if I can handle the backlash. You viewer get to wonder what character that is for the rest of eternity. The Patreon now has some exclusive videos as well, so if you want more of me for some reason, you can go
Hello everyone and welcome back to The Witch's Garden. It's me, Spooky Bros. I am back here with another react and I'm very excited for this one. I've had a lot of people who have told me about
So, Donald Trump and Xi Jinping are meeting in Beijing this week, and if the footage is anything like prior summits, we'll be treated to two men in suits walking very slowly through a building, shaking hands at a slightly uncomfortable distance, and staring at each other like two people who've been set up on a blind date by a mutual friend who has since left the country. Now, to recap how we got here, because it has been quite a journey. Last year, tariffs between the United States and China hit levels that hadn't been seen since the 1930s. The US put...
That's cool. Sure, maybe.
Tariffs of up to 145% on Chinese goods. China retaliated with tariffs of 125% on American goods, and then, just to keep things interesting, restricted exports of rare earth minerals, which are used in basically everything from vacuum cleaners to fighter jets, but mostly vacuum cleaners. This went on for a while, and then both sides appeared to quietly realize that they were running out of things to put tariffs on. So they agreed to a 90-day truce, which is the one currently in effect, and which expires in November. Now, expectations for this summit are, to put it generously, modest. The press have taken to calling it the Beans and Boeing Summit, which tells you something about the level of ambition. Both leaders arrive at this summit under considerable domestic stress, but for very different reasons. China is dealing with a property sector that has been falling for years and shows no real signs of stopping. Youth unemployment that the government briefly dealt with by not publishing the numbers anymore, and a demographic decline that no amount of government encouragement seems to be fixing. The US president is dealing with the inflationary consequences of his own policies, falling approval ratings, and a military situation in the Middle East that's not going particularly well. So this is the backdrop: two economies under strain, a temporary truce that expires in a few months, and a summit that will be mostly remembered for the photographs. But the thing that almost nobody on the news will explain, because it requires about 10 minutes of patience and some basic accounting, is that the problem these two leaders are trying to solve is not really a political problem at all. It's an accounting problem, and the reason it never gets fixed is not that politicians are unwilling to fix it, it's that most of them don't appear to understand what's actually causing it. And that's what this video is about. To understand the current trade dispute, we need to look at what trade is actually supposed to be. About 6 months ago, Robin Harding wrote a piece in the Financial Times about a trip he took to China, where he posed the same question again and again to the economists, technologists, and business leaders he met with. His question was simple. Trade is an exchange where you provide something of value to me, and in return, I offer something of value to you. So what exactly does China want to buy from the rest of the world? But before we dig into the answers, let me tell you about this week's video sponsor, Mamder and options Jeep, so you're fully remote AI search one. The answer consistently was nothing. Harding came away with the understanding that there is nothing China believes it cannot make better and cheaper domestically, and nothing for which it wants to rely on foreigners for a single day longer than it has to. A few of the economists he spoke to, who had perhaps pondered the issue already, jumped ahead to a different point altogether. Their answer to the question of what China would like to buy from the rest of the world was, you should let Chinese companies set up factories in Europe, which is not really an answer to the question, but it does tell you quite a lot about how they see the problem. Now, to a certain type of politician, this might sound like a triumph of national strategy, until you remember how trade actually works. The basic idea, going all the way back to David Ricardo, is that trade is supposed to be mutually beneficial. The entire purpose of selling your goods abroad is to acquire foreign currency so that you can buy the foreign goods that you need. If you accumulate foreign exchange that you never intend to spend, you're not running a brilliant economic strategy, you're just collecting pieces of paper. And if your goal is to systematically put the rest of the world's manufacturing out of business, you eventually run into a problem. your customers won't have any money left to buy all of the goods that you're hoping to sell them. This makes no sense. It's the equivalent of the town's baker aggressively pricing the butcher, the brewer, and the candle maker into bankruptcy, and then looking around a few years later, wondering why nobody in town can afford bread. During the first China shock in the early 2000s, China's exports surged, but so did their imports. They were buying up the sophisticated equipment needed to build their factories. Today, as Samira Keynes pointed out in the FT, China's import volumes are comparatively anemic. They are selling, but they're not buying, which raises a fairly obvious question. If the strategy eventually makes everyone poorer, including yourself, why would you do it? To understand why a country would do this, it helps to look at the work of Michael Pettis, a finance professor at Peking University and a senior fellow at the Carnegie Endowment. Pettis has been writing about this for years, and his core argument is that trade surpluses and deficits are not really caused by trade policy. They're the automatic consequence of domestic savings and investment decisions. Here's what he means by that. When a government suppresses household income through low interest rates on savings, an undervalued currency, weak labor protections, and other policies that effectively transfer wealth from ordinary people to the state and to manufacturers, it forces up the national savings rate. Households earn less than they produce, so they can't consume enough to absorb everything the economy makes. This is what economists call financial repression. And it's the mechanism by which countries like China, and before it Japan and Germany, subsidize their industrial growth at the expense of their own consumers. Now, all of that excess saving has to go somewhere. It goes into investment. And building infrastructure that you actually need does generate real economic growth. But once your investment exceeds your productive needs, once you've built enough high-speed rail and enough apartment blocks, continuing to invest doesn't create economic value. It destroys it. The money is spent, the GDP figures look impressive, but the underlying projects generate less value than they cost to build. The difference shows up as debt. President Xi has reportedly spent a good portion of his career studying Japan's lost decades. Apparently, he found them inspiring. In the 1980s, Japan suppressed consumption to fund investment-led growth, built spectacular infrastructure, achieved extraordinary technological advances, and was widely expected to overtake the United States. Then the debt caught up with them, and they spent the next 30 years dealing with the consequences. Pettis argues that the only way out of this is to shift from investment-led growth to consumption-led growth. You have to stop subsidizing factories and start giving money to households so that your own citizens can actually afford to buy the things your economy produces. But politicians generally hate doing this, because shifting wealth to households means that the state has to give up control over where capital gets allocated. So rather than making that difficult choice, they keep subsidizing production. Their domestic consumers can't absorb the output, and the excess has to go somewhere. It goes abroad as a trade surplus, not because anyone planned it that way, but because the accounting leaves no other option. So, if China is producing vastly more than it can consume and doesn't want to buy anything from the rest of the world, who is absorbing all of this excess output? Well, let's look at who else is at the table. Europe is running a trade deficit with China of roughly 1 billion euros per day.
What do you need me to do? Drifting clouds!
Day, which is a number that sounds made up but isn't, and is driven by a massive imbalance in manufactured goods, particularly electric vehicles and electronics. The EU is simultaneously trying to deregulate its own economy. A recent survey found that German firms alone had hired an additional 325,000 people over 3 years whose entire job was to tick regulatory boxes. Europe is also preparing legislation that would force Chinese companies to hire European workers, buy European components, and transfer their technology as the price of market access. This is, of course, exactly what China did to Western multinationals a generation ago, and Chinese officials have apparently noticed the similarity. They're not finding the imitation flattering. But Europe is not absorbing all of this happily. The EU's trade commissioners compared Europe's dependency on Chinese minerals to its former reliance on Russian energy, and has warned that without action, Europe risks losing whole sectors of industry within a couple of years. The IMF estimates that selling goods across EU borders costs firms the equivalent of a 44% tariff on goods and a 110% tariff on services. These are not tariffs imposed by a foreign adversary. These are tariffs the EU has imposed on itself through paperwork. The EU has essentially conducted a trade war against its own economy and impressively appears to be winning. So Europe is already uncompetitive and it's now being flooded with cheap Chinese goods on top of that. This is not a combination that ends well for European manufacturing. That leaves the United States. The US has the deepest, most liquid, and historically best governed financial markets in the world. When surplus countries like China and Germany suppress domestic consumption and generate excess savings, those savings have to go somewhere. And roughly half of the world's excess savings end up in American financial markets. Not because Americans invited them, but because there's nowhere else for that volume of capital to go. Now here's where the accounting gets important. When foreign capital flows into the United States, the US must, by definition, run a corresponding trade deficit. This is not a choice, it's a balance of payments identity. The foreign money is being used to buy bonds and financial assets, not goods. The US becomes the consumer of last resort for the global economy, not because it wants to, but because the accounting leaves no alternative. As Pettis puts it, the US doesn't fund its trade deficit, surplus countries force it to run one. Now, you might think that all of this foreign capital pouring into America would be good for the economy, and that it would fund new factories and lower interest rates, and that might be true if American businesses were desperate for capital, but they're not. US corporations are sitting on trillions of dollars in cash. They don't lack access to funding. They lack customers who can afford to buy more of what they already produce. So the foreign capital doesn't flow into productive investment. Instead, the economy has to absorb it some other way. As Pettis points out, there are really only three options. The excess capital can push up unemployment as cheaper imports put American factories out of business. It can push up household debt as consumers borrow to maintain their spending, or it can push up the fiscal deficit as the government borrows to keep the economy from contracting. Since no politician wants the first option, the US has historically chosen some combination of the second and third. And here's the part that almost nobody in Washington seems to understand. Running a massive fiscal deficit doesn't fix the problem. It feeds the monster. The bigger the deficit, the more treasury bonds you issue. The more bonds that you issue, the more attractive your debt markets look to surplus countries with excess savings to park. The more capital flows in, the stronger the dollar gets, the less competitive American exports become, and the wider the trade deficit grows. And of course, all of that government spending is stimulative, which means it's inflationary, which pushes up interest rates, which makes the debt even more expensive to service, which requires yet more borrowing. It's a feedback loop, and it's one that no amount of symmetry in Beijing is going to break. Now, being the consumer of last resort has not been entirely unpleasant. The US economy is remarkably productive. Labor productivity has been growing at about 2% a year over the last 5 years, the fastest rate in 2 decades. Cheap domestic energy means Americans pay about half what Europeans pay for electricity. The US economy is flexible, dynamic, and has been absorbing these imbalances for decades without anything obviously breaking. But the bill has been accumulating. A few days ago, the FT reported that the US government sold 30-year debt at a 5% yield for the first time since 2007. Financing the growing national debt is getting meaningfully more expensive. In a video a couple of weeks ago on inflation, I discussed how the US Treasury, under Scott Bessent, has been funding long-term obligations with short-term borrowing, a strategy that the economists Stephen Moran and Nouriel Roubini described as activist treasury issuance and compared to stealth quantitative easing. Bessent, as it happens, criticized Janet Yellen for doing exactly the same thing before he took office, and then adopted the strategy himself, which is the Treasury Secretary equivalent of mocking someone's cooking and quietly asking for the recipe. This is essentially a massive bet that long-term interest rates are going to come down, which seems like a rather aggressive gamble when you consider that the US government is simultaneously pursuing tariffs, running a massive fiscal deficit, reducing the labor supply through deportations, pressuring the Federal Reserve to cut rates, and fighting a war in the Middle East that has driven up the price of fuel and fertilizer. It's not entirely obvious why long-term interest rates would fall while the government is actively engineering inflation. Betting that rates will come down while you borrow $1 trillion a quarter to fund a trade war is a strategy that relies heavily on optimism. None of this is a new problem. As Martin Wolf pointed out in the FT this week, clashes over how to adjust these imbalances have reoccurred roughly every 2 decades. The 1920s, the 1960s, the 1980s, 2008, and now. The 1920s version ended with a global depression and a world war. The 1980s version was resolved through the Plaza Accord, where the major economies agreed to coordinate their exchange rates. The 2008 version was resolved by, well, a global financial crisis. So the two available options appear to be international cooperation and economic catastrophe, and historically we've tended to go with the second one. Economists have understood the structural problem since at least the 1940s. As Darren McFadden outlined in the FT last week, when the global financial architecture was being designed at Bretton Woods, Keynes proposed a system built around a neutral international currency that he called Bancor. The key innovation was that it would penalize countries for running either persistent surpluses or persistent deficits, forcing both sides to adjust. As the economist Robert Triffin later pointed out, any country that supplies the world's reserve currency is essentially trapped. It must run persistent deficits to meet global demand for safe assets. Keynes saw this coming and designed a system to prevent it. The United States rejected that proposal at the time. The US was the world's largest creditor then, and its dominant manufacturer. It was basically the China of that era, and it had no interest in signing up to a system that would penalize its surplus. In doing so, it consolidated the dollar as the anchor of the international monetary system, which is the very thing that now forces it to run the deficits it's complaining about. So that worked out well. Wolff also makes a point that surplus countries tend to overlook. They are not in as strong a position as they think. Japan ran enormous surpluses in the 1980s, and the pressure to boost domestic demand led to a property bubble that, when it burst, produced 3 decades of stagnation. China ran huge surpluses after 2008, and the pressure to reinvest them domestically produced a property bubble. Germany ran persistent surpluses within the Eurozone, and when the deficit countries hit crisis, Germany had to choose between financing them or watching the euro collapse. They chose to finance them, but they did want everyone to know that they were not happy about it. The pattern is fairly consistent. Surplus countries build their economies around selling to others, and when the music stops, they discover that they needed those deficit countries more than they thought. So what happens when the global consumer of last resort, the United States, is running a 5% cost of capital and starts looking for ways to stop absorbing everyone else's excess production? Well, historically it ends in either one of two ways. Either the major economies sit down and negotiate a coordinated adjustment, which requires a level of international cooperation that is, to put it politely, not obviously forthcoming at the moment, or the adjustment happens through crisis. If the US stops buying, American consumers will face higher prices and fewer cheap goods. That would be unpleasant, but for the surplus economies, countries that have built their entire economic model on the assumption that foreigners will endlessly borrow money to buy what their factories produce, it will be significantly worse. A consumer can find a more expensive substitute or do with less. A factory with no customers has a much bigger problem. This brings us back to the handshakes in Beijing this week. Expectations for this summit are, to put it generously, modest. Both sides appear to be looking for just enough progress to justify the photographs. The US wants China to commit to buying those Beams and Boeings. To oversee these purchases, the two sides are expected to announce a board of trade, a committee of senior officials from both countries whose job will be to make sure that China actually follows through this time. This is necessary because China made similar purchase commitments in the Phase 1 trade deal in 2020 and then didn't follow through. So the solution to China not honoring its commitments is a new committee to monitor whether China honors its commitments. I'm sure that this time it'll be different. Now, the Board of Trade will sit alongside the already existing Board of Peace, which was established earlier this year to promote peace building, which Trump will chair for life. So we now have a Board of Peace and a Board of Trade, and all we really need next is a Board of Good Intentions, and we'll have the complete set. There's also the small matter that Trump arrives in Beijing having largely been disarmed by his own courts. In February, the Supreme Court struck down his IEEPA tariffs, the ones he had been raising and lowering on a near daily basis last year. He immediately pivoted to a different legal authority, Section 122 of the Trade Act, which allows temporary tariffs to address balance of payments crises. Last week, a federal trade court ruled those ones illegal too, on the grounds that the US is not actually experiencing the kind of balance of payments crisis the law was designed for. The administration is appealing, but the tariffs expire in July regardless. A third set of tariffs under Section 301 is being prepared, but those investigations won't be complete until the summer. So the US president is sitting across from Xi Jinping at a negotiating table, and his most prominent negotiating tool has been taken away from him by his own judiciary twice. His domestic position isn't helping either. Approvals ratings are at 34%, the lowest of his second term. And with midterm elections in November, Republican members of Congress are not exactly lining up to support inflationary trade policies in an election year. Several were reported to have quietly celebrated when the Supreme Court struck down the tariffs. Xi Jinping will be aware of all of this. When your negotiating counterpart's own party is relieved that your signature policy has been overturned by the courts, it does somewhat reduce the credibility of the threat to bring it back. Both sides are really just trying to buy time. The US wants breathing room to build domestic rare earth processing capacity because China currently controls those supply chains and used them as devastating leverage during the tariff war. China wants time to develop its semiconductor industry and reduce its dependence on Western technology. And Xi has his own grievances to raise too. China imports roughly 40% of its oil through the Strait of Hormuz. So the American military situation in the Middle East is not just a US political problem, it's costing China money, and Xi will want to make sure Trump knows it. As Eli Ratner, who served as the U.S. Assistant Secretary of Defense for Indo-Pacific Affairs until last year, pointed out in the FT, the U.S. has made this mistake before. The pattern is consistent. When Washington backs off, Beijing doesn't reciprocate. It consolidates its gains. When the Obama administration declined to challenge China's island building in the South China Sea, artificial reefs became military installations. When Trump paused tariffs in his first term in exchange for the Phase 1 trade deal, China missed its purchase commitments, and the structural reforms were deferred to a Phase 2 that never came. Ratner argues that the time being bought isn't being used to strengthen America's position, particularly given that the war in Iran has drained military readiness for any potential crisis in the Pacific. And all of this will happen while the much larger geopolitical issue, the future of Taiwan, hovers in the background. A senior Taiwanese official told Bloomberg last month that what they fear most is being put on the menu at a Trump-Xi summit. China would very much like rhetorical concessions on Taiwan in exchange for those beans and Boeings. Whether they get them is another question. So the two leaders will shake hands, make announcements, and fly home. The photographs will look very serious, but the underlying problem, the one we've spent this entire video explaining, will not have changed. Trade imbalances are not caused by a lack of summits. They're caused by domestic policy choices that neither side appears willing to change. China will continue to suppress household consumption. The US will continue to absorb the resulting surplus. And the accounting will continue to do what accounting does, regardless of what anyone announces at a podium in Beijing. If you found this video interesting, you should watch my video on China's rare earth chokehold next. Don't forget to check out our sponsor, Mammoth AI. There's a link in the description. Have a great day and see
the fighting to me. My blade turns evil. Just in time. Evil retreats. Cut through darkness. This must be the mission. Follow up attack time. Hero's frost. Huh?
You're standing at a crosswalk.
No, let's not. Stand at a crosswalk.
What? Come daydream with me. I'll be fine. What the heavens? Frost glistens. Huh? Coming! Bubblegum attack! Smile, smile! Hello everybody, welcome to my YouTube channel. My name is Mary, and today we are going to be watching a video called The Most Embarrassing Moments in Gaming Journalism. And this is gonna be a long video because there are probably at least 4. Let's check it out.
Who wants to hear a really funny joke?
Me!
Gaming journalism. I think a lot of people have slowly realized over the years gaming journalism is in dire straits.
Yes.
Sonic was never good. For some strange
Sonic was never good? I mean, the music's great.
reason, journalism, specifically about the gaming industry, seems to have people in it who know next to nothing about video games. Some act like they've never touched a video game in their life, even though that's, you know, their job.
He said the J word.
Super Mario Brothers Wii is a tough game. Old school tough. So you better bring your butt-stomping A game, as this will test even the most seasoned platforming veterans.
Why is he you acting like this is bossy?
Which begs the question, did these people really want to be game journalists in the first place?
No!
Or was this their only shot at getting in the journalism industry in general?
Yes!
It really seems like it would be the easiest job in the world. Play video games. Go to gaming conventions.
Betrayal! What? Betrayal! Betrayed me! This game sucks!
What about them? Talk about them. That is like a dream job. So why is this so hard?
No. This just did psychic damage to the knowers. Please, anything but to come in. Please.
Hard. Why do so many games journalists completely drop the ball when it comes to games journalism? There are multiple. Due to theories, speculations, and attempted explanations, but none of those are concrete. The fact of the
So, I actually have a question about game journalism that I'm hoping that somebody can enlighten me on. Do they get the game, like, super early, so that way they can leave a review, like, the day the game launches? Or do they just, like, rush through it? Because sometimes the reviews feel so rushed. Like, they just want to be the first person to say something. Kotaku don't.
The matter is, games journalists cannot stop embarrassing themselves. So why don't I tell you all about my favorite moments of embarrassment from gaming journalists?
Okay.
These are the most embarrassing moments in gaming journalism.
Ooh, wait, doesn't God Hand kind of have, like, some, I don't know, aura to it? Is that the right way to word it? Like, it just kind of got something. Yeah, it's like radical.
God Hand was a PS2 game released in 2006, published by Capcom and made by Clover Studio. Directed by Shinji Mikami of Resident Evil fame,
Hi, Shinji.
God Hand is an over-the-top action game.
Yeah, it's like kind of campy, right? I like when things are over the top and they're like unapologetic.
And by over-the-top, I mean...
Funded a bunch of God Hand are 30 for way back when.
Wait, what?
No.
Seth bought a bunch of God Hand Rule 34? Holy Lord drop! That's awesome! That's so cool!
Yeah, this game is crazy. If you have not played this game before, I suggest after this video is over, go seek out a means to play it. It is a one-of-a-kind experience. Every person that I've talked to that's played it loves it. Well, except for one person. Out of all IGN reviews, many of them have been dunked and memed on. There's the well-known Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire review where they said it had too much water. And
Okay, well.
Dude, if you're a water type L, I guess.
they got memed to hell and back because it sounded so ridiculous. But there is one review they will never live down.
Thunderbolt Titan. Thunderbolt Titan. Hey, do you know who Thunderbolt Titan is? It's my cat. A 7.5 kilogram, full ginger, super chubby cat with grey blue eyes and lovely pink toe paints. Every time I shout that name, people stop in their truck with a confused look. So I can talk to them about my cat, of course. Just miss it so much. Let's just end this. Because we can.
Down, and that would be the infamous God Hand review.
Uh-oh.
The reviewer gave the game a 3 out of 10, calling it awful. His main criticisms are, the game is boring, it's frustrating, and annoying.
Okay.
That sounds fair enough, at first.
Uh-oh.
But when you really read through it, it becomes very obvious. He was just really bad at the game.
Wait, he was a hater because he just couldn't play? Oh, no. Look, take a while to kill and simply act as roadblocks to slow down your progress. After fighting them for your 3rd time, you'll become bored, and by the 50th, you'll be throwing your controller across the room. Do not let bro play a Dark Souls game. He's gonna lose his mind.
He boils down the combat to just mashing buttons when God Hand lets you do crazy stuff like this.
Wait, that's fun! What? That was badass! He's got like aerials and stuff. This is like a couple letters away from being just like Devil May Cry. It was kind of cool. And backflips?
He then complains he had barely any health going from stage.
It's the same devs. Oh, nice. Okay, I see.
Stage to stage, and this made the game incredibly frustrating. When you put 2 and 2 together, you realize this man was most likely mashing buttons throughout the entire game, was getting his ass whooped, and blamed the game when he kept dying. And some of the info is just flat out
Make him a Reddit mod. Nothing is his fault.
contradictory. He claims the enemies were bland and generic, while in the very next paragraph talks about demons that will respawn from fallen enemies, which is something I don't think a lot of games do. That wouldn't really qualify as generic, would it? Oh, and by the way, did I mention that God Hand has a boss fight like this in it?
What? Wait, this is cool!
Cardan Wild, Joker, One Hard Gangster, Diamond. You can find me at the club.
Why they sound like me?
Get neutered or stayed. I'm hurt. I mean hurt. Together we are the Magnetic Five.
What? No shot. We get a clam cam into a giant rainbow V. They're the Pooter Rangers.
Why are you not playing this game yet? So yes, too long didn't read, he's bad at the game. He just didn't get it. 3 out of 10. After this review was made, it's probably one of the earliest examples of people taking the piss out of a...
Nah. That's enough. Got kicked out because I forgot to launch Discord. Oh well. That's fine. Okay, nothing here that I want to do right now. Genshin.
Step on somebody's balls until they die? Holy crap, this game is awesome!
Professional game website. A lot of people were mocking this dude, and this made him lash out on the forums. Godhand came and went, but this review did not. For years, this review became the butt of jokes. Anytime a bad game or a literal shovelware got a high score on IGN, it was compared to Godhand. Imagine Party Babies is better than Godhand.
Party Babies is more than double as better? I swear to God, I speak English. Sometimes I just don't know why I talk like that.
Even IGN is aware of all the crap this review got. They even made a whole video defending Godhand and explaining how good it actually is a few years ago.
My name is Mitchell Saltzman. I work at IGN, and I'd like to say that Godhand, a game that IGN dubbed awful 13 years ago, is, in my opinion, not just good, it's actually...
They retconned it!
When the website you work for is debunking your review over a decade later...
Who was that woman? Who was that?
When the website you work for is debunking your review...
Is this in the game?
Come on.
You can spank women? What is going on? They need to remake this shit! Remaster, please!
You over a decade later? That has got to be pretty embarrassing.
I like this guy's channel. He's funny.
Kotaku...
Wait, whoa!
Embarrassing.
Smash Bro Ultimate Disability Slur Kotaku. What?
Kotaku has some of the worst articles on gaming I've ever seen. They screw up this job more than any other website on this video. There are a slew of articles I could have used for this video. There's the PS5 review where the view...
I don't ever, like, listen or go on Kotaku. Is Kotaku kind of like BuzzFeed for gaming? Does that make sense?
Viewer says he can't enjoy the PS5 because of the state of the world around them. Well, I'm sorry for you, buddy, but that's something for your therapist, and not people wanting a review of a game console. But the one I'm going for is from their UK division.
Hell no! What a great song.
Smash Bros. Ultimate got its first DLC character with Joker from Persona 5, but along with Joker came with a bunch of songs for the Persona series. One of the songs being from Persona 5 called Wake Up, Get Up, Get Out.
I love all the Persona
Pretty catchy
music.
song with some nice lyrics. One journalist at Kotaku UK did not think so highly.
What?
Shortly after the Joker DLC came out, a hit piece from Kotaku UK came out called Smash Bros. Ultimate's Persona 5 DLC contains a disability slur.
Wait, what? In the music? I listen to Persona music at the gym. I don't think I ever heard them just slinging slurs around.
At around 1 minute 57 seconds, the term retarded is used, followed by the assertion, I can say it.
What?
This is the clip in question they're talking about.
No way.
Ready to pick up the pieces. Let's go. Let's play retarded.
Okay, this is like one of those misheard lyrics where I definitely hear it now that he said that in the article, but I wouldn't have heard it like that originally. Does that make sense?
Now, I will give the writer this. It does sound like
hear
it at a passing listen, but when you really think about it, it
Why
doesn't
would they
make
do
much
that?
sense being in the song.
Yeah.
Why is your first response to write a hit piece on it? When you listen to...
They're gonna need to like remake the song now. Like, who else had to do that? The Black Eyed Peas.
song, you can tell the person who's singing is very obviously from Japan, and Japanese was their first language, not English. So there's a lot of English in here, and she's still trying to sing a language she's not native in. So why do you immediately go for the worst assumption possible instead of thinking maybe you misheard something?
Yeah, like
this
what?
article was a joke, and a ton of different places laughed at it. The likelihood that they
Dude, it's so weird seeing him with short hair. Like, I'm just so used to, like, the very long locks now that it's just like a jump scare.
The article was a joke, and a ton of
Like, he
different
looks
places
naked.
laughed at it.
The likelihood that they say retarded in this song is 0%. It doesn't even make any fucking sense. Let's go, let's play retarded. When has that ever been unuttered in the history of humanity?
And realizing they could potentially be wrong, they started editing it to include disclaimers that it might not actually be the word. But then Nintendo and Atlas came out and said, no, the song does not include that word. So it made Kotaku and the writer look like complete fools, which they were. They eventually released a statement apologizing and throwing the writer under the bus, and then the writer threw them under the bus. They would later delete the article, throwing the writer under the bus, and then the writer threw them under the bus.
Come on. You know, it really pisses me off that now I'm definitely not going to be in the best state of mind tomorrow. And I have to work. Yeah, I don't care about those things.
Listen, I just went on the Steam page and I saw, like, Balatro Boggle. I was not emotionally prepared for this guy. I think he's gonna eat me. Stark, that's scary. Oh. Sorry, I just didn't think his name was gonna be Michael is all.
Hey, I'm Michael! I'll be your expedition
quite superfluous of you, my acquaintance. Oh, Jesus Christ, get over my fucking screen.
Okay, if you think you're so smart, let's see you name all the voids.
My word is... Is crepe too obvious? Expire. Appear. Nope, not what I said. Expire. He only needs one word.
Come with me. I'm going to show you something. You can't see me because I'm behind the Penrose too, but I'm wearing an ominous cloak. Listen, Michael's a bit of a stickler for rules, so I don't tell him about this place. I'm definitely a different character. Before I tell you anything else, though, we have to get you inducted.
Ooh, I've joined the Secret Syntactic Society. If I had so much trouble reading the word syntactic, I feel like maybe you probably should have screened me better. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna fit in here.
This is my shop. Here you can buy stickers, stamps, and tiles. Stickers can help you get stronger and score more points. You can even upgrade them to make them even better.
Oh, but as long as I can get a delicious jeans.
Stamps change the way you play a game. They can't be upgraded, but they're pretty powerful. Your items will always activate left to right. Stickers then stamps. Move them around to change the order.
Guy who's only played Balatro before. Convert the left letter into the right letter. Okay, it's one of these.
Any tiles you bought can be used by dragging them over the grid. They transform the tile underneath and get consumed. Oh, who am I? My name is...
I believe that's pronounced Jeffrey.
But you can call me E. E is for the end of Jeffrey.
But I do like the... I was gonna say the color E. Oh dear, I'm already in the drain. Okay, tutorialize me. Ooh.
That tile's got a wobbly.
Oh, no, that's wobbly. That's a wobbly tile if I've ever seen one. M is an invalid word. Well, fucking damn it. Red tiles can behave as an E, is what my stamp does. My word shall be meat. No, that's a bit shit, isn't it? My word will... Give me a moment. My word will be... Want. Like to desire, but bad. Now fuck it, reroll. Okay, he's E now, that's my tag. Fish. What's your word, Rimpenner? Wet. That's all I've got in me. Just water. Jug. Water receptacle. Fur, like the tree. Fi, like the thing that the giant men say. Fuck it, hat. Fuck it, hater. Now that's a word for someone in chat. Hey! EX. X. Damn, it really is that easy. Hater and X. I think maybe my guy just has like a personal history he doesn't want to get into. Oh no. Negative Z. But why though? Blue. I think maybe it's trying to say that it needs me to go blue. More blue. And more blue. And more blue. Continue.
Well done. You've made it to your first boss.
Okay, we've got Nasty Axolotl who scatters 3 Qs onto each grid. What is wrong with him? Or Nasty Fox who steals $2. It's gotta be the Qs, man. I regret my decision incredibly fast. Incredibly spelled with a Q, that is. Q. U. E. Clear. I want to try and get that Z. Nothing in this world is going to allow me to get that Z, especially not my own brain. Miss! Huge. Nope. Huges. Nope. Hugh. My guy Hugh. Huge. We'll go with that. And my blue. It got more points because it's blue. I'm a genius. I got $5 and also $23.
After you defeat a boss, you choose how to upgrade your pin. Choose the upgrade that features stickers and stamps best, and you'll be unstoppable.
Okay. More blue. He's blue now. That's my attack. The fuck it. It's shiny. I guess I'm taking this L in this case. Get 44 word score for each dollar you have. Mine now. Okay. I want meme. Well, let me just have right meme. Fuck it. What if we just low-hanging fruit? Memes. The 36 of the soul. The 54 of the soul because I have money. Ogle really is paid to win. I'm overthinking it. I'm like, I need a word with 72 letters. Like, calm down. You are actively cheating. You don't need to worry about that. The word submitted on the first grid of the encounter gets 2 times word score. I'm clearing them all in one anyway. Yoink! Mine now! Okay. And... The fact that you can read that with no consonants is terrifying. Fiend! Oh no, that's a real word. No, I was going fiend as in like evildoer. Find me a word that works, please. Go, my multipliers. Go, my multiple. 4 letters, all he needs. Like in the word. Soup. X-ray, start of grid, blue vowels become fuck if I know. I'd like to know, yes. Oh god. The grid is 4x4. Increase target by... Never met a target I couldn't hit. Oh. No, I just wasn't expecting it, that's all.
This will happen.
Okay, here we go.
Quite soon.
More blue. And I don't know. I'm presuming this means you're fucking anything. You are every... Still no use anywhere near my cues. That's so cool. No, I was going for secretariat. That's not good. Seek. Can't have secret. Or can't. No. Facts, I think, is what I've spelled here. Go, my. Rude? No, apparently I meant feds. Sure, whatever that means. I killed him, yeah. Oh no, I definitely thought I could spell German there for a hot minute. But I can get Jared. What the fuck am I looking at? Jerry! Okay, no. We were thinking different guys, but that's fine. Oh, my numbers that are actually my letters. Wow. More blue, here we go. 3 blue tiles, here we go. If your word contains exactly 2 blue tiles, I don't believe in exact numbers. I believe in shiny bees and very little. I'm fine. I'm good. Don't even worry nothing about me. Gotta remember to actually use them. You're all blue now. That's my attack. Gregory? I'm going to guess the word the game thinks I'm about to play here is Gregory. Gregos? We said the same thing. It's fine. Don't even worry about it. 78. 156. You know what, idiot? Get whatever this is. This is my word. Behold my word. Vassal. I don't write the headlines. I just print them. Hooray! Okay, what does tile get? Tile score multiplied by same letter count. I'm gonna buy it. I'm gonna find out. This is false. I will not be finding out. Upgrade my fountain. I'm going to spell the word. And it'll come to me any second now. I'm going to spell the word. I was going for nettle. But I'm a bit far, or am I? Nettle! He's so good, how does he do it? Nestle? No! I mean, maybe! I mean, no! I mean, what? I mean, no! I mean, maybe? Anyway, go, my words! And for my next trick, I will spell the word. No, I will spell the... No, I will spell the... No, you did it again. I will spell the... No, I... Crypt! Crypt! It almost even says that! 7. Okay. Oh, joke's on you. For my next trip... Fuck if I know! I'm thinking dingy? Sure, what the hell? Me and John Michael over here are on very different pages when it comes to words, but it's fine because I have $14 and he doesn't. Well, this one's blue. I like it when they're blue, yeah. I'm gonna choose a blue one, yeah. You may only submit words with 4 or fewer tiles. Won't be a challenge for me. I don't know any words with 5 or more letters. Or forces you to sell an item at I know what I'm about. Okay, step 1. I don't know. Step 2. No, step 2, he's gonna kill me, Rent! God, okay. It's fine, it's numbers, and it's numbers, and it's numbers, and it's numbers! Bees! Emo, okay. Well.
It to include disclaimers that it might not actually be the word, but then Nintendo and Atlus came out and said, no, the song does not include that word. So it made Kotaku and the writer look like complete fools, which they were. They eventually released a statement apologizing and throwing the writer under the bus, and then the writer threw them under the bus. They would later delete the article, and a month after everything blew over, the writer announced they were leaving Kotaku UK to focus on their own projects.
On my birthday? 6th of June. Happy birthday to me.
While she didn't say the article was a factor for the departure or not, the timing is a bit too coincidental for it to not have been a factor.
Yeah.
Mishearing a song lyric, having become the punching bag for a week, and having an article you wrote get deleted.
Guys, Twitter is so fun sometimes to just like look at people and like laugh. It's kind of like people watching, but you never want to be the main character. That is like the worst role in the world. Never be the main character of Twitter.
And then leaving the company a month later, that's really embarrassing.
Oh no, what happened
Probably
to Bayonetta?
the most infamous thing Polygon has ever done was the Doom 2016 gameplay video, where the guy playing it acts like he has never touched a video game in his...
He's playing like the people who just hold the remote in ads and in movies and go...
life.
What are you doing? I think this is a worm. Why does he do every action separately? Like, you can move and move the camera at the same time.
A blind chimpanzee probably has better aim than the guy playing right now. But everyone knows about this incident. I'm going to be talking about one that's largely forgotten about. Their Bayonetta 2 review.
Oh, here we go.
Bayonetta was always Devil May Cry, but with boobs.
Let's rock, baby.
I love Devil May
That's what the
Cry.
entire series...
That was the first game my grandparents ever bought for me on Christmas Day. And they were so extremely Christian. They were like, can you put the game in and then like we'll watch you play it? And I went, I don't know about that.
has always been. Hideki Kamiya loves women and the way women look. And he got a character designer who was also a woman to design the character he wanted. So you got an action game with a sexy witch, because that's what Kamiya wanted, and that's what Kamiya got. When it comes to Polygon's review, they spend only a few paragraphs talking about the gameplay itself.
Okay.
It seems mostly positive and says it does a lot of things better than the original. But that doesn't matter, because 2/3 of it are complaining about the fact the game shows off Bayonetta's assets too much.
What? Huh? My steak is too juicy.
The game was made by a guy who likes boobs in action. The game is made for guys who like boobs in action, and they have the right to enjoy those if they please. And the entire review is basically trashing the audience this game is intended for. He calls it cheap and pandering.
I'm gonna say it, not everything is made for you. That's it. Too much main character syndrome. If you don't like it, it's just not for you.
He even docks points from the final score because even though he flat out said it did things better than the original. Like, if you don't like games with cheap boob and ass shots, that's
then don't play, yeah.
But that begs the question. Why the hell are you reviewing a game that was made purposely for that? Like, look at this box art. Look at it. What the hell were you expecting? I wouldn't mind tasting it. Oh man, I sure hope this movie called Saw certainly doesn't have any blood or violence in it. Arthur Gates was the reviewer of Bayou 2 here. He looks like he just got off recording for some 2000s new metal band.
He clocked his ass. Yeah. Maybe it's like the style, like the 3/4 turn, the earrings.
A lot of people complained about this review back then, but it's since fallen into obscurity because, well, other things would take center stage in the years to come. People do bring it up time to time, and Arthur still doubles down whenever.
What? Just give up! Look, even if you think you're right, just don't even, like, respond. There's no point.
Brought up. Having to constantly defend your nearly 10-year-old review from criticism, well, that's kind of embarrassing.
PlayStation Vita is set to 16.
The PlayStation Vita was a great handheld system.
This wasn't the one for porn, was it? What's the one I'm thinking of that everybody just used to watch corn on all the time? Which one was that? That was a PSP. Thank you.
Was sleek, powerful, had a nice screen, and had a lot of good games. The issue is, it was released into a sea of hot competition by a company that didn't seem to care about it.
I love the DS.
But it still has its fans.
Hands up. See? You know a girl named Nora?
Sure, yeah.
Where is she?
In the hospital.
Where in the hospital?
Yeah, they're clearing out the upper floors. She's somewhere in there.
And one of those fans worked at IGN. Colin Moriarty is a huge PlayStation fan. No, actually, he's a slobbering PlayStation fanboy.
Oh my god, he's foaming at the mouth!
And he, like most fanboys, had a sense of superiority to their competitors. And he was going to express this in a piece he wrote about the PS Vita before it's released.
Okay, he might feel like he has something to prove. Okay? This is the same way, and at least 5 people are gonna yell at me and type ragey in chat. This is the same way the DS2 stands be acting. And I want to give DS2 a try, but you guys are making it so difficult!
The PlayStation Vita is set to succeed. Now, there's nothing wrong with wanting a console you're a fan of to succeed, but this article is more than that. This entire article is pure fanboyism at its finest. If he just wanted to gush about the Vita, that would have been fine. But of course, he had to compare it to the 3DS.
Oh, no. I love the 3DS, man. The only thing that was sad about the 3DS is when I played it for the first time, I was like, damn, we're going to be having 3D TVs, 3D movies. This technology is going to go absolutely nuts and insane. Not really.
Said the Vita was superior to the 3DS. I mean, hardware-wise, sure, but not just in hardware.
What's that?
In every aspect.
Interesting.
The library, the brand itself, and flat out said the Vita was destined to sell more than the 3DS.
Damn!
And let me remind you, this is for a handheld that had not been released yet. He even flat out says the 3DS is of no concern to Sony.
I know what he's saying. He's like, oh yeah, just ignore the DS, who cares? But I just started laughing because I read hell. 30 million people play Angry Birds every day.
Nintendo isn't even competition to them. The real competition is smartphones. But he says that after he spent most of the article saying how the 3DS is lesser to it, calling the 3DS library Nintendo 64 games and worn out, tired game series.
What?
This is one of the most
Nah, it had Birds and Beans. That game was awesome.
fanboyish, insecure console warring articles I have ever seen. But as we all know, the PS Vita wasn't set to succeed. In fact, it did pretty bad on the market.
Wait, is this like a game where you can put yourself in the game? I think they had that on the DS as well. Genius, thank you!
especially to the 3DS, which also struggled, but still managed to sell 75 million units.
Because it was fun. It felt like a sense of community, especially when I was a kid. I would go to high school and everybody would bring their DSs and then you would like screen or like, what was it called? Like street pass each other. It was kind of nice. Also, I liked Flipnote had Tenna. That shit was lit. You could just like draw and make little animations and stuff. That was awesome. I also like the games and yeah, I just really like the DS. It was cool.
While the Vita only sold around 15 million. The market spoke, and the Vita wasn't going to beat the 3DS. Sorry, Colin, but as long as Pokemon exists, the Vita didn't stand a chance.
Well, I mean, also, you have to think, like, a lot of games on the DS are, like, exclusive to the DS, right? So, like, if you wanted to play the game, you had to have the DS. But you didn't necessarily have to have a PSP, right? Like, you could play other PlayStation games on, like, your home PlayStation console. But a lot of people were like, oh, I really want to play Pokemon, but that's just on the DS.
Colin would later leave IGN a few years later to go on his own path, but having this stain of an honor.
What exclusives did the PSP and Vita have? Actually, I don't know. I remember I played Danganronpa. I don't know if that was exclusive. It might have been. Also, my dad Yarharded for me, and he didn't know that it was only in Japanese, and I had no idea what was happening, so I just pushed buttons and guessed.
Still up as a reminder of how much you worship the ground PlayStation walks is incredibly embarrassing.
Alien Resurrection.
Now, I contemplated putting this review in here because I actually feel really bad for the guy who wrote this.
Oh no, what
but
happened?
It's still a funny story, so I decided to include it anyway.
Uh-oh. Now I'm scared. It's huge! It just keeps going. Okay, that's like a three-hander now.
Well, I guess I didn't get it, and as class character.
Alien Resurrection was a movie made in 1997 and was the fourth film in the Alien franchise.
Okay.
And honestly, it's a fun popcorn movie, nothing else. But being a late 90s blockbuster film, it of course got a game tie-in that was delayed for years and years until it finally came out in the year 2000. The game got middling scores all across the board and is mostly forgotten these days, seeing as it, well, came 3 years after the movie.
There are so many garbage games that I used to play that were just based on movies. Like, I played this one Shrek game with my sister that was just horrible. And I remember that it was bad, but I just couldn't stop playing it. I think maybe we got it from, like, Blockbuster or something.
There was one review on it, though, that while back then wasn't much, today is pretty funny to look at. The GameSpot review, where the reviewer gave it a 4 out of 10, which sort of makes sense for the milling review score.
Yeah, it's, like, not good.
But what is the reason for the 4 out of 10, you may ask?
What?
Well, the reviewer's main criticism was the controls.
Okay.
And what were the controls on this game like? Well, in the reviewer's own words, the game's control setup is its most terrifying element. The left analog stick moves you forward, back, and strafes right and left, while the right analog stick turns you and can be used to look up and down.
Okay.
Too often, you'll turn to face a foe and find that your weapon is aimed at the floor or ceiling, while the alien gleefully hacks away at your midsection. Now, does that sound familiar to you? Well, it should, because that is the control scheme for every single console shooter used to this day.
Is that why in that other review that guy was moving and then shooting and then aiming? Like, did people not know how to, like, walk and chew gum at the same time?
Yes. This game was one of the first games to use the dual analog setup ever.
Yeah, guys, just to let you know, they never fixed this problem.
Right, loud.
Wasn't patched. Devs just didn't care.
Thing uses now, it was a pioneer, and this reviewer hated the game for it. It's funny to laugh at it now, but you have to remember, back in 2000, a controller with 2 analog sticks was still a new thing, and controlling the game with 2 analog sticks was...
I have an embarrassing question, and it just reminded me of this. That PlayStation ad with the analog sticks as her booba, was that real or was that fake? It was just the way he was like fiddling with it. It was just making me think of that. It was real? You know what I'm talking about?
Something never really done. Even 50 years into the PS2's life, you still had games using the L and R buttons to control the camera. It was too hard to shift away from what people were used to. So, this review was just kind of suffering from growing pains. The way we control games were changing, and this reviewer could not adapt.
Bullshit.
Trashing a game for its control scheme that would later become the industry standard is something he could have never predicted, but in the end, it's still
It doesn't even matter. What is a game that actually just has horrible controls? I know I can think of one. Maybe somebody in chat would know. Jump King? Glover? Aquaman? Super Mario 64? Superman! Bubsy? Breath of the Wild? Breath of the Wild's alright. Well, honestly, the problem with Breath of the Wild, I used to speedrun Breath of the Wild, is that the controller was bad, and you had to like mod the controller to be able to do the speedrun. You had to get a piece of paper and fold it up and put it underneath of the D-pad. Yeah, maybe Superman. Real life. Yeah, real life has bad controls. I have no control over my life.
From the creators of Hitman comes Kane and Lynch.
This is whenever they was this whenever they canceled the commercial? I think we just watched about this, the UK commercial, yeah.
Kane and Lynch Dead Man was a game released in 2007, and it was set to be huge. A big next-gen AAA game that was also a new IP. This game was hyped up quite a bit back in the day. Every place was talking about it and making a huge deal about it. And when the game finally came out, it got middling review scores across the board.
Please don't let this happen to GTA. Please don't let this happen to GTA. Please don't let this happen to GTA.
It wasn't a game changer, but it was fine. That seemed to be the consensus. GameSpot was one of the websites hyping the game up to hell.
Nostalgic.
You could not go anywhere on their site without
Do you guys remember whenever YouTube used to... This was way back in the day. YouTube pages used to look like this. And then, like, if you had a YouTube channel, you could edit the sides. Like that.
An advertisement for the game. They were telling you to buy it right there and right now. And when it came time to review the game, Jeff Gertzman on the staff was ready and able, and the score he gave it, 6 out of 10. So yeah, about what every other site was saying about
That's normal.
But this was a special case.
What are you
because
wearing?
GameSpot was very obviously taking handouts from the game's publisher. And once they saw Jeff gave the game a fair and honest review, and out of 9 or 10 out of 10 masterpiece buy it now, they threatened to pull their money. This led to GameSpot putting a lot of pressure on Jeff, who stood his ground and refused to back off.
Okay.
This would lead to GameSpot pulling his review and firing him because he wasn't trustworthy enough. Jeff would later go on to...
Wow! Wait. They said you need to give this shit a 9 out of 10 or we're gonna get you in trouble. Then he said, nah! This shit is 6! Then they pulled it? This makes me think, like, how much politics actually goes into, like, game reviewing? Because you have to think, there are some people who, like, Google, like, is this game good before they buy it? So maybe they just take so much, like, developer money. I really never thought about that. Honestly, I just, like, watch YouTube reviews of games. That's probably not even safe either. But that's how I decide if I want to buy a game or not. Or I read, like, the reviews on Steam.
His own game website, Giant Bomb, so he could keep being an honest game reviewer. But this incident is more substantial than you think. This man was fired because he was being honest. He wasn't trying to butter people up or be dishonest with the people who were listening. He flat out told everyone, the game is alright. And he was fired
That's crazy, man.
This basically proved what many thought was happening in games.
That's so sad.
It was very possible for the publishers and companies to butter the review websites up with some cold hard cash to sway review scores. This is exactly what happened. With all the advertising for the game, only to be given an average review score, the reviewer was then fired. That basically put huge doubt on any games journalism website. This can happen to any of them, and making everyone start to doubt.
There are more than I originally thought. I guess I just don't go on any of these websites. I thought that it was going to zoom out to like 3 names, not 900.
Games journalism in general is extremely embarrassing. This puts a nice bow on everything. The fact of the matter is, it all comes down to money in the end.
Sad,
money makes the world
everything.
go round.
Literally
Integrity
everything.
and honesty be damned. Whatever makes me the most green is what matters most.
Sad.
That is what has been the main goal for a long time. In the gaming industry, in the games journalism industry, in any industry. And that probably will be the main goal for as far as the eye can see.
Aww.
Remember, kids, the only opinion you can truly trust is your own.
True.
And no one can take that away from you.
True.
God bless, like and subscribe, and good night.
Dude, this video was based. Actually, there's like a little bit more. I don't know why. Let's see.
This video was kind of trash.
I love this guy's channel. Oh, is it just black screen? Oh. No, don't look! Don't look! I wish it was just a black screen. Don't look! Don't look! Don't watch! It's the horror! The horror! No! Is this how it feels to watch me play games? Be honest. This has to be rage rate. This has to be rage rate. This has to be rage rate. No! Put down the controller. He's still going. Thank God! Holy shit! Anyways, this is a video about the baddest Pokemon. Anyways, thank you so much for watching. I super appreciate it. Please check out the original channel. He's awesome, amazing, and base and funny. And if you'd like to leave a comment down below, let me know what you think about Game Journal. Hello, everybody. Welcome to my YouTube channel. My name is Mary, and today we are going to be watching Starfield. I have... Editor? I have 66 minutes played from September 24th, 2023. So, I would say I've played enough to make a judgment. Not true. So, we're gonna watch this video and see exactly what happened in Starfield.
This video is sponsored by Opera GX.
Oh! This video is satirical and contains edited images and videos within intent. The images and videos used transformally and fall under the protection of fair use law. The following content may reference allegations, some of which could be unproven harassment or bullying of any individuals mentioned herein, or neither encouraged or nor supported. Enjoy.
The year is 2023, and for Bethesda Game Studios, it's the final sprint.
Bethesda and I have a very toxic relationship where I keep hoping that they'll change, but they don't.
The culmination of hundreds of millions of dollars and a quarter-century of work. And for hundreds of people, almost a decade of full-scale production is about to materialize.
Dude, and the space stuff too. It's just so cool. I've been watching a lot of space movies. I just watched, what is it called? Project Hail Mary. I cried like 7 times, and now I'm trying to watch The Martian.
Starfield is releasing on the 6th of September, and Todd Howard's magnum opus will be upon us. 2018. Fallout 76 reviews have come in, and they're not too hot.
leave this place.
you for... Ad Astra...
A bit of PS.
Stinky. Ew, I can smell it from here. It's like a porta potty of reviews.
Fallout 4 was a few years before. Not amazing either. Todd's once perfectly polished image is now getting torn to shreds.
Yeah.
The people, they're like wild animals. But he remains unfazed.
Dude, I was so excited too when they announced, what was it, like the new Elder Scrolls game? Then guess what? Like a month ago, he said, oh, by the way, can we just forget I said that? Just a prank, bro. Just a prank. What? I watched every Game Awards waiting for a follow-up or an announcement. And it was just a prank.
When they see this next project, everything will change. Starfield is Todd Howard's dream game.
Sorry, I'm gonna turn the subtitles on. For some reason, I can't focus unless I see it. I think I'm brain rotted.
Something he'd wanted to make since he was a kid. And Bethesda had waited patiently for the technology to arrive to make it. And now was the time. By this point, Todd has also amassed an army of around 500 people. They span multiple countries and 4 whole studios.
If we had an army of 500 people, I need one of you guys to make me dinner. One of you guys is gonna clean my room. Maybe somebody could like boost me in any online game. Somebody get on that.
Manpower here, sizable, and they're going in big. Voiced protagonists. Something they'd spent a ton of time and money on, and turned out to be one of the biggest complaints of their last mainline game. Let's bring it back.
No!
And at the start of Starfield's development, Bethesda's design lead and head writer Emil Paliarulo goes on to cast voice actors and record lines.
Oh no. One of the most highly debated voice actors of all time.
He's even weighing having multiple voice actors this time round. However, early on in development, higher-ups come to a realization. Bethesda had been taking an unrelenting stream of L's for a few years now.
Yeah, why?
Starfield, well, it should probably deliver. So they decide on a change of pace, and to actually take in some fan feedback. And the voiced protagonist thing is scrapped entirely. The game engine too. Historically, a notoriously robust bit of
I love the sweating man meme. My favorite is when he plays Nintendogs.
kit. And as brilliant as it is, fans have been quite vocal about wanting a better one for almost a decade. So they get working on that too. Also, RPG elements, well, they're actually adding some here.
What?
Behind the scenes, things are looking good.
Uh-oh.
2021, 5 years of active development, and the game is beginning to take shape. Bethesda's parent company.
Do you think the people who develop the game get sad? Like, if you're not the person who's the director, do you know the game is going to shit? Because it's like, you work there and you're trying your best, but like, no matter how much effort you put into it, like, you can't make the game, like, peak. You need, like, a huge team, and then, like, what if your director sucks and your manager has bad direction? It just is so sad, man.
And ZeniMax has also just been bought out by Microsoft, and money is now no object. Microsoft wants a system seller, and Todd's only job is to deliver one. They have all the resources they could possibly want. And on the 13th of June, Todd marches on stage, and we get our first look.
Wow.
Wow.
That's what I said!
Their first new IP in 25 years. The ultimate Bethesda game, Todd says. And after years of groveling for a new engine, we get our wish. The Creation Engine 2.
This shit look like Roller Coaster Tycoon.
Okay, people aren't massively thrilled, but this is groundbreaking stuff, Todd insists. And there it is. One of Todd's crazy dates again.
Dude, and you know, I got scammed. I paid extra to play a day early.
May 22nd, 2022. Around 7 months out from launch, and that's out the window. Because the game's delayed. Come back in early 2023. The disappointment is palpable. But in June, Todd's on stage again, and we hear some familiar lines.
Game ever, where you get to be who you want and go where you want.
Not again. But then, we get a glimpse at the actual gameplay for the first time. Deep crafting systems, weapon mods, buildable outposts,
I am just a sucker for space, and he knows it.
even your own spaceships.
Yeah, I know, that sounds so badass!
Fly them? Land and explore anywhere? Over 100 systems? Over 1,000 planets.
Wow.
My god.
My computer.
Also, were those background options and traits in a Bethesda game? A silent protagonist is back? Were they actually listening? Starfield was going to be an actual RPG, a true return to form. The reveal doesn't come without concerns, however. The performance. It
Yeah,
doesn't
here we
look
go.
great. In fact, you can see the game barely holding it together apart.
What game do you think had the worst performance on launch? I remember there was a Diablo game that I tried to play when I was in high school, I think, or maybe it was college, and I couldn't even log in. It just kept kicking me, man! Oh, Cyberpunk was so bad. Hello, everybody. Welcome to my YouTube channel. My name is Barry Creep, and today we're going to be reacting to the internet historian, the Engoodening of No Man's Sky. I had done 2 other internet historian reacts recently, and you guys recommended this one, so I thought I would check it out. Thank you for the recommendation. I appreciate it. And make sure you come by twitch.tv/Breaker if you would enjoy the discussion. Thank you.
Sponsored by that game everyone loves.
Who is that?
Scientists are racing to unlock the secrets of the cosmos.
Being a scientist must be kind of
Questions we once
cool.
thought impossible to answer are within our grasp. Where does the sun go at night?
I don't know, to sleep?
Is math related to science?
No. Yes.
If the universe is so big, then why won't it fight me? As we look further into the universe, we see light
Oh,
from
I like those
distant
little Viewmasters.
stars, eons old, perhaps hundreds, even thousands of miles away. Hold on.
Who's that?
Can I get a zoom in on that?
You bet I can. This is one of the world's.
Wow, wait, they need some racing stripes on there on the other side. I like the flames though. That's pretty baller. It reminds me of like Lightning McQueen, but if he had a tattoo.
Most powerful telescopes. Initiating 6 times zoom.
Can this baby do 7?
I can do you one better. Maneuvering to 8 times zoom.
Yes!
Pressure rising, holding steady. I can see it. Unblur.
It won't hold.
Get me 8.5 times.
You're a madman.
Upscale it to 4K.
The helium tanks will go critical.
Opening the blind.
I really like how he doesn't remove the stock thing on top of the characters. Seeing like stock image on top of the images is the same as seeing like a Hypercam 3 in the corner back in the day.
Hold it steady. Uncropping and increasing aspect ratio. Now, punch it.
What is that?
There it is.
Oh my god. are
Life
those-
on another world.
I thought those were bananas!
And to think, we owe it all to one indie development studio. Hello Games.
Goodbye, games. This isn't looking very good for them.
Let's start at the beginning.
Oh, the hype. That's always when it's the best. How many times am I gonna see this guy today? That's hot.
Yeah, it's rewind time. Okay, the year is 2009. Guildford, England. There's a man named Sean Murray.
Hi,
and he's
Sean.
just founded a company called Hello Games.
Uh-oh.
Sean and the boys are working hard on a brand new IP called Joe Danger.
That looks like Trials. I love Trials. I used to play that with my dad.
The game just came out. It's a success.
What? 9.5? Holy crap! Critically acclaimed!
They're a small team, but they are ambitious. Let's do something bigger, said
Yeah.
Sean. Let's reach for the stars.
Oh god. Space game.
How about Joe Danger 2? Brilliant. It's 2012. Joe Danger 2 has just come out.
Oh.
That one doesn't.
That's gonna hurt in the morning.
We need to do something even bigger than Joe Danger 2.
Spore 2! Make
Joe
Spore
Danger
2!
3?
No,
No.
Spore 2.
Even more out of this world. Something no man has done before. Joe Danger the mobile game?
Strength is one of those things where you
Animal
gotta use it or lose it.
cross-dressing?
So,
Okay, we got Animal Cross-dressing, all-female battlefield, Plants vs. Plants, The Second to Last of Us, and WoW single player.
Yes! And that came out in 2014. Seriously, guys, biggest thing you can think of.
I didn't have
I'm just a
I didn't have an iPod. I had a Zune.
Sean pondered for a
That was
moment.
a real class
then
divider back in
turned
my
and
day.
looked wistfully into the mirror. Reflected back was the visage of Neil deGrasse Tyson.
If you're gonna make a space game, first person, never been done before. How about that? I'm going up in orbit to repair the Hubble telescope. That's not a knife. Who are you gonna have sex with? How much microwaves are coursing through your body now?
My parents always say, no matter how
The
busy
planet.
life
Says
gets,
Mary.
always sit down and enjoy a proper meal
Space
when you
game.
get hungry.
Procedural
What I like to do?
generation.
Stack my plate up
Planet.
then
animals?
Okay, that sounds good. Yes, yes, we all agree. So they set to work, cobbled together a prototype, and by VGX 2013, they are ready to announce another new
They actually got to work. That's normally step one. A lot of people don't even take that step.
No Man's Sky. Check it out, check it out.
Who said it? Pino. Wow, every planet? Does that include Pluto?
This is special.
Oh my gosh! Wow!
This is special. Yes, yes, yes. No, no, no.
What's that other space game? I watched I was on a flight one time and I watched like a 9-hour video about some other space game where you could like build really big ships, and I think it was EVE. I think it was EVE Online. That video was so interesting. If you like space game videos, you guys should watch the EVE Online video. It's like 9 hours. It was thrilling.
Okay. Probably should go to sleep. That thing doesn't really matter that much. Alright, that's going to be it for this jungle. Fun, thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.